Oh no. Let's do Path of Exile 2 change. Do we have a PoE 2 picture on YouTube? Yeah, we do. Okay, save. Beautiful. Excellent connection. Pop out chat. Alright, we got the third chat up and running. YouTube chat. Oh my god, they deleted this character? I don't want the respec. Wait, why am I so slow? And why doesn't space roll? I have 90 skill points? No. What? This was project movement speed, yeah. Where's all the jewels and everything? Did they just delete it? What's on Alva? 100 Omen of Dextral Annulment. Claim Jewel. Claim underscore jewel. Claim jewels. Reclaim jewel. No, none of this works. What? Reclaim jewel. Reclaim jewels. Oh, it's /reclaim jewels. Okay. We got some of it back. And some of it is in the tree. Dude, I'm holding control. Does that not work anymore? Oh my god, they killed this character. Reclaim mirror. What is this? Okay, we got some temporalises here. Temporalis. Oh my god, these maps. T16 maps. End League, these nuts. Okay, we still have some divines here. Nice. These nuts. Cashews. Oh my god. The leftover trades. Different account linking? I don't know. Okay, I guess we just keep putting back the jewels. Are we gonna get... Okay, this gotta be the wrong pathing. We do have the adorned 100. That's good. Wait, this used to be a jewel. What happened? They nerfed the movement speed build. Okay, there is a jewel out there. We're going there. Nice. We have so many more points. Okay, how do we get to the next jewel? Not that way. Of course they did. Okay, adorned in. Are we fast yet? Also, doesn't space roll anymore? What happened? Did they remove that? I have not seen any leaks, no. I'm no longer rolling. Is that not a thing in PoE 2 anymore? No, they're restarting. Did they remove dodge? There's no way. Okay, where's the next jewel socket? Oh, I see it. We're going there. Boom. Okay, where's the next one? Next one is there. Bathing. Don't you restart the server. It's 30 seconds. No. Okay, the next one's up there. Let me get a little bit of speed. 20 seconds. Just let me experience speed one more time. Okay, that's pretty good. But why can't I roll? Why doesn't space work? Do I have an item that removes dodge rolling? And where's my amulet? Or what is that slot? Wait, I have a third ring slot. Oh, it's because they changed the ascendancy. No. I have the blink armor thingy. No, I don't. It was I had the movement speed one. Okay, well that was all the PoE2 gameplay. Exit. What now? Now we can't even stall. There's a rear view mirror. Where? Oh, we have this one. I see, I see. No, I'll turn that off. John Calandra. Dude, actually, why can't I roll? You're in a safe... So they removed your ability to dodge roll in Hideout? Because I could roll before. We did this. This. Welcome, everybody. Shut up. We were rolling around here. In Hideout. No problem. Look at that speed. This is not sped up. Wait. Here. Look, I was rolling. Oh, that's the rear view mirror. I see it. Huh. I don't know.
Crazy.
Weird.
Imperium style stuff as we describe it.
Po hype.
Base star cringe for PoE2 endgame strats? Hopefully, eventually, yeah. I mean, right now there's no endgame strats almost. There's like, you can farm one of the trials, or you can do breach, or you can do ritual, and like that's it. But like, yeah, maybe once there's more content, oh yeah, that's some good speed. Yeah. For mapping, that was basically only breach. Oh my god, that worked. And then they deleted all the jewels. Test of time barrier. The green goblin. The green gooner. Well. You can mass ID in PoE 1. Hell yeah. Okay, 56 minutes. Do we have any PoE 2 stuff to catch up on? Any cool PoE 2 content that we missed in Dawn of the Hunt? Or any teasers they uploaded? Are there gonna be drops? Yes, there are gonna be drops. DM interviews. Okay, there is... Yeah, here. If for the drops questions, here is the drops, man. Here. Jesus. Okay, now you can blow up the rares. That looks good. Okay, here's the teasers.
This weapon is our only chance to save humanity.
It's sin.
We must invoke the third edict.
Jesus. Okay. Invoking. What about this? Abyss. Confirmed.
In the light, we burn.
exile. I. He's just like me, for real, for real. Okay. And then what about this? There's another one.
Here, you will survive. No
Look,
matter
it's
the outcome.
Herogoth. The door to
Step
Herogoth.
forth into your mountain home.
Abyss, but down
And
in the
seal
delve.
the door.
Yeah.
If all else fails, the Val must live on.
PoE 3, the Edict. This is not WoW. Yeah. We're watching soon in 53 minutes. Are servers back up? Are they? Okay, okay, we can get some more movement speed. Come on. There's a Swedish Guild Wars for PoE. Guild Wars. Gateway. Yeah, but it doesn't work. Let's see if it works in PoE 2, actually. I have not been able to log in PoE 1 to the Stockholm realm. Let's see if it works in PoE 2. I have 13 MS from Gothenburg to Stockholm. Let's go. An unexpected disconnection occurred. Okay. Well, it still doesn't work. Let's go to Frankfurt then. Or wait, maybe servers are just not up. Okay, maybe it works. Maybe it's gonna work when the servers are back. Actually, is PoE 1 down? Yes, because they are separate games. You see, they are being developed alongside each other, but they are separate games. So when one of them goes down, both of them go down. Wait, that doesn't make sense if they're separate games. Anyway, that's how it works, guys. Unlucky. Oh.
Anyway.
Yo, I just learned that you can request all the data that's being stored about your account from Ggg. So I could look up every single reason that people have reported me over the years. And they have to give it to me. Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. That could be an entire stream, probably. Like someone reporting for like offensive character name or like anything. Oh my god. Do a quick PoE 2 project. I can't. The servers are down unexpectedly. I reported you for scamming when you gave too much currency to someone. What? Oh my god, I wonder how many reports I have. Okay, so how do you do this? Pathofexile.com. No, it's not gonna be today because you have to request this and then they're gonna email it to you or whatever over like the next day or two or something or some hours. It's not like instant. Holy shit! 100 years. Thank you, Norex. 8 years. Wait, how much is 9 years? 9 times 12 is 108. Oh my god. More than 8 years. Thank you, Norex. Welcome back. Huge. 9 is more than 8 years and less than 11. Okay. You've given me a lot to think about. Wow, you're telling me now for the first time. There must be hundreds of reports. Bro, I have to check this out. Verifying. And then we go to How do you go to like... Oh, here. Oh, shit. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Verifying. Oh my god, that's sick. Are we watching Gamescom to pass the time? Oh, is it still going on? I mean, we can. I mean, it said the servers are gonna go down for 15 minutes. They should be up in like 3 minutes. Maybe we can stall in game. I don't know. I don't know what to do in game. Future games show at the moment. Okay, I have requested my data. Oh, this is exciting stuff. All right, Gamescom 2015 live show.
Specifically, we've got an update from Dino God about when you can expect to embark on this post-apocalyptic adventure.
What is future games show? What does that mean? I mean, I can put it like here. Oh my god, it's so loud.
Just sitting here. This building, the Junkie Mark II, primed to be the foundation of a legitimate operation. Clean it up.
Good event. Yeah. Okay, so it's like a whole bunch of random games. It's not like one game or one developer or whatever. It's like a bunch of different ones. Trailers and yapping. Sure. Okay, we'll stay in the PoE category because I don't want to swap around, but we'll watch it in like small in the corner, okay? And we can just yap and stuff. Future games that will release from tomorrow and beyond. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so this one is about clankers, I see. Subway surfers below. Cool robot fights. Dinosaurs. GTA 6. Someone in YouTube chat said, you will not get yours via email. You will get a hard drive with terabytes of data. There will that many entries of reports. Oh my god, true. We'll see.
Fight to protect the future of a vibrant village.
Oh. Fight to protect the future. Pepega, clap. Choose your guards. It's anime. If I see anime, I'm muting, and then we can talk about whatever, okay? And then if anime goes away, I'm muting. I'm sorry. Looks nice. Just kidding. Too toxic.
I'm glad you like it. Don't worry, I'm with you. Oh, thrilling. Oh, it's racing.
You can do update for PoE 1 on Steam. Cool. We're putting PoE 1 in the fridge until for a few weeks, basically, until we return with some more End League stuff.
The Sacred Tree launches on September 19th for PC and consoles.
Okay, can we log in yet? Oh, PoE 2 patches now. Okay. MOBA roguelike. Yep, last epoch tomorrow. Last epoch tomorrow, and then we'll see about PoE 2, I guess. El mejor contendio de PoE. Thank you, Def Hennessy.
You heard it here first. Shape of Dreams is coming to PC on September 11th, but there's a demo
Path
available
of
now on Steam
Epoch.
if you want to go hands-on after the show.
Okay. I think it's about time we
Hands
review all of these.
on. More
It's
hands.
a reality crossing adventure with
Okay,
full
PoE 2 is
content
updating
and
actually.
game's elevation.
20%.
We're pleased to debut the latest trailer.
Play the demo of this game is pretty good. Okay. But then group play at Ellie? Yeah. Starting tomorrow will be
Human, you have
4-manning.
returned. If you are
Oh,
here,
shit.
something has gone terribly wrong.
Oh, that looks cool.
Farah is fraught with danger. You'll need help to survive.
Immersion.
Take
Yo.
these gauntlets. They'll enhance your strength
What's up, Mullah
and
Slayer?
help you heal. They are one of my finest accomplishments. Having the gauntlets.
We have no plans for 0.3 right now. I want to kind of get back into it a little bit, like try it out. I don't know if anyone from the group, from the PoE 1 group is interested. I doubt it, but if there is some people, that's cool. If not, maybe we'll try to convince some other people. We'll see.
I built these as an ingenious way to extend the reach.
Sorry to ask here, but did you do the Alva strat with 4 Alvas?
Let's not forget
Yes. If you can't do it with 1 shrine, you can drop the flex scarab and put in a second shrine scarab. So you do 2 evolve scarabs for 2 evolve shrines, and then you do 1 shrine, 2 Alvas, second shrine, Alva 3, Alva 4. Is there a new season for PoE 2? Well, they're not really seasons yet. They're not really leagues. There's no challenges. There's no. The game is still in early access. It still needs probably like another year, I would say. But they are doing updates every few months. So yeah.
That was Reach, a jaw-dropping adventure coming soon to VR headsets. Get that on your wish list ASAP. And we're following that bombshell with a developer presentation for Little Nightmares 3. It focuses on a creepy carnival that you and your co-op partner will have the pleasure of exploring in the full game.
Good evening,
Come think of it,
Satya.
actually. Where is my co-op partner? David?
Uh-oh.
David? David?
Guys, this is so live. Guys.
Hi everyone, I'm Coralie Feniello, global producer on Little Nightmares 3.
Hi.
And today I'm thrilled to introduce you to a newly announced chapter of the game, Carnival.
Oh. Carnival. That's not how I would have pronounced that. Okay. Okay, that was a very long
Little
climbing
Nightmares
sequence.
3 is an atmospheric adventure game in which you follow the journey of Flo and Alone. They are 2 best friends ever since they found each other in this lonely nightmare.
Oh, nice. Mass identification. Hell yeah. Good thing I don't loot any rares in PoE 1, so I never have to do that. Just kidding. Servers up? Okay. I mean, I'm updating. 80%.
This time, they are trapped in the Carnival, a place that might seem joyful and welcoming at first, but of course, appearances can be deceiving.
Of course.
Behind the colorful lights and twisted attractions hides an uncanny resident, a mysterious, menacing presence whose shadow looms over the entire
looks cool.
place. You'll feel it, you'll hear it, you might even catch a glimpse, but never quite enough to feel safe. Apart from the resident, you
Okay, so
encounter
this is
other
multiplayer,
unpleasant figures.
right?
The
Duo.
puppet, cunning and aggressive, love
That's
putting
cool.
on a show in the carnival, especially for the herds, who seem oddly captivated by them and by candy. As you'll
Find
see,
out
our 2
more.
characters find a clever way to use that obsession, drawing one of them away to get a safe passage.
That was very clever. Carnival of Carnivores.
Little Nightmares 3 is full of airy challenges. Sometimes you'll have to run for your life.
Hairy challenges?
But other times, it's better to be smart and stealthy to
Do you play
survive.
such games with your
Like
editor?
here, where
Yep.
patience and silence are your best allies. As
Alright.
in the previous titles, you'll face clever puzzles that block your
Stockholm
path.
round.
But for the first time in
Yes!
the series, you can now play online with a friend and face
I'm
other
in the
players.
Stockholm realm in PoE 2. Let's go. It's
Prefer to play
working.
solo?
It's
Don't worry, your character will
working.
be controlled by
It's
an powerful AI
working.
companion.
What about your manager also? Oh my god. And why can't I
The puzzle
roll?
has been
Stop.
solved. But don't worry, no spoilers here. You'll get to experience it all
Why?
for yourself when Autonomous relaunches.
Giga zap. Why can't I roll?
And if you want to dive into the nightmare right now,
Dodge roll,
pre-order a
space
digital
bar.
copy of the game on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC to get the early access.
Okay. Chat. Why can't I roll? Is there an item that disables dodge rolling? You cannot roll. Nerfed. Because in town. Patched. So you used to be able to roll in hideout. Can I roll in a zone? No. Is there a keystone? Cannot dodge roll. Why do I have this? Oh, we probably converted this. Oh, we probably had a jewel here, but they redid the tree, and so the jewel got deleted.
Ooh, I hit a big
And
one.
so this... Oh my god. Okay. We found the problem, guys. Good one. Okay, can I... Oh my god, stop yapping. Okay, refund this. Thank you.
Nothing is set in stone.
Nothing is set in stone. Except the stone. Wait, what? No. No. Okay. Is there more jewels sockets that we could get here? Boom. Oh, right. There. There you go. This is why we're in stacking. Okay. I have 28 points left. Why can't I put this here? There is PoE news, Chile, in 40 minutes or less. I'm trying to rebuild the character, Bazooka. They deleted half of our jewel sockets. And now we have to patch so much more. Where's my cluster jewels? Where's my one passive voices? Okay, that's better. But that's still so slow. You missed the green Gunnar, Bazooka, yeah. I feel like we're missing something. Well, we're missing our third ring slot. Can I... What if I put a Calandra here as well? Can I? Ascendancy. Oh, they probably respect that. True. Nope, we have that. We have the Ascendancy. I do have 13 points left, so... Evasion. I can search for evasion. Oh my god, the highlighting is so much better than PoE 1. When do we get this? Holy shit. Here. Big, movement speed and evasion. Well, movement speed we can't use. 22% evasion. Increased evasion. If you haven't been hit recently. Yep, this one. That's huge. Okay, armor and evasion. 6 points left. 18 percenters. Is that good? Oh, there's some 22 percenters. Oh, that's low life though. That's not good. Maybe it's worth this. Okay, now we're out of points. 18%, 18%. Evasion on equipped gloves. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, okay. That's pretty good. Wind Dancer got nerfed? Did it... It used to be 4 stacks, right? G. Aw. 3 maximum stages. Cringe. Okay. Quality doesn't give 1 stack anymore. Plus 8 levels from global modifiers. Okay. What about shield charge? Whoa. I can't yet. Okay. 22%, 22%. We can do better, right? Refund. Refund 18%ers for 22%ers. Any more? Any close by? 18, 18, 18. Nah. This seems very inefficient. I guess we're already here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's the same. Okay, well. Bro, my jewels. I mean, it's a good change. It shouldn't be, Adorn shouldn't be that powerful. Oh, there is 22%ers here all the way. Oh, shit. Screw all the 18%ers.
Nothing is yes.
What build are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything, man. I don't think. Oh, we can connect here. Bit connect. And then refund all this, right? Hello? How do you refund a node in this game? Is there a none? Is it right click? Oh, we're not connecting yet. Oops. Is that worth it? Probably. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, surely that's worth it. Beautiful. Okay. And now we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god, that's so many 22%ers. That's awesome. We can probably also respec some decks here. Don't think we need that much. Strength, int. Okay, if we can find any more... Oh, 18%. 22%. 30%. 100% from equipped body armor. Yo, actually... Wait a second, guys. Surely that's good, right? Where's my evasion? 124,000. 125,000. Okay. Movement speed. 327%. Rolling. Wait, rolling no longer increases movement speed. Where did we miss that? We used to have more after rolling. Was there a timeless thing? No, no, the timeless is the int stacking enabler. So I don't think we need this much strength still. We can still refund almost every strength node, if not every. Yeah, in fact we did. We do have an empty ring slot, so what can we put there? Flat evasion and int and attributes is what we want. Is there a graveyard tab where we had like even more of these rings? Let's just search for evasion. Wind Dancer. Oh, here. 300 evasion, attribute int. Perfect. Why did we not use this? Oh, we were just corrupting these, hoping for something good, but we didn't. Okay. Oh, shit. Why can't I equip this? I guess I don't have that ascendancy? Wait, is this slot from a different class's ascendancy? And so it's just here for everyone, but it's red? That is such a weird implementation. What? This should not be here, except for the only class that can actually use this. Why put a ring slot here that's red? Oh my god, any UI designers. Holy, okay. Well. Or is this just because of standards? Maybe it's just some bug, okay. Okay, so it's not like, if you make a new character now, it's not like this. Okay. Okay, I mean this is fine speed. This is like Quicksilver Mageblood character, pretty much almost. This is we can work with this. Now, too bad we don't do any damage, but you know. My Titan in standard also has it. Interesting. You should have a second amulet slot. Herald memes? No, I did not. Is there a clip here? Let's see if I can find it. I don't see it. Wait. Did you not link in top secret PoE? Where did you link it? Did you DM it, maybe? No. Second Emmy for the drip check. Okay, here.
Red and the blue, they really good together.
Nice.
Red and blue together, really good.
Oh my god, this is beautiful. Stygian, yeah. Boom.
That one was also cool.
I can try to save this. I can put a few seconds of this into the video, maybe. The crafting video is done, okay? I even joined in on the editing a little bit. I edited the weapon part, because the weapon part was so cringe. Oh my god, we're going through 3 different crafting methodologies, landing on finally something, and then I fucking brick it, and then remake it, and then, yeah, that was rough. But it's done. It's just, it just needs thumbnail and stuff, so it should be up tomorrow. And then the project, I guess, like a few days after. Yeah. Okay. Wait, clip thing. How much currency is left? I don't know. I can open the Wealthy Exile. Let's see. Oh, Some girl is lasering some robots here. 150,000 divines. Oh my god, she's doing a puzzle. It's not out yet. It's not out yet. It's not gonna be out for like another week or like something like that. Couple of days. Who so fast? Oh my god, it's Quack One. What's up, Jujus? The golden chicken fried cheddar. I'm backflip rolling. Wait, can I? Oh, I'm not on WASD, yeah. How do you do? Do you do? Do. What was the video? It's the AoE stuff. It'll be up in a few days. 0.3% of the last movement speed. It's fine. Okay, can we? That's it. Like we can't do anything more. They just nerfed the jewels and they just nerfed Wind Dancer. I have one more 22 node, so if we could get something better. Oh, the game is from Gamescom. Yeah. Sanctum. I mean, I can go into like a random Sanctum. I don't know if I have any Barias. Baria. No. Do you time the upload on anything specific? Not really, but we try to hit like EU afternoon at least. So it's like, it can be up for like whole EU afternoon and then NA afternoon and evening, EU evening. So it's not like, you know, midnight and then EU already goes to bed, yeah. Oh my god. How much? 22 minutes. We are so pogging out soon on the 3rd edict. We've already missed the first 2 edicts, so what the fuck? But now, the 3rd edict will save PoE 2. Guys, I have a sneak peek, okay? Of the new Atlas, okay? This Mire is gonna be so fucking juiced. You guys have no idea. Once we run all these towers, we're gonna have 2 maps, and boy, these 2 maps. Okay, this is obviously a Photoshop picture. Apparently, King Kong made this. This is a good one. No, yeah, of course, it's a meme. Yes, hopefully they change something about the Atlas. We'll see. 21 minutes to pog the fuck out. Find out more. Okay. Wait, I can't find out more. It's just like 3 30-second clips. Do you have any expectations? Nope. My expectations is that this game is gonna be awesome in like a year. It's already pretty good.
I'm gonna come.
I don't know about that, Snap. But, yeah. We said it a year ago. I mean... Has it been a year? Oh my god. Almost. I went to LA in November, and what is it? It's August. Almost. Yeah, came out in like December. Yeah. I mean, it's a solid foundation, but it's very slow, which, I mean, if that's what you're into,
Wow.
that's cool. Wow. But, like, in terms of, like, content and, like, what you can do in the endgame, there's not much yet.
Beautiful penis, Exile.
And the tower stuff is pretty cringe. They have made some changes during the last patch, I think, though. Like, the update itself, 0.2, was not really received well initially. But after that, every patch or small patch or hotfix, everything they came out with was basically a positive. I haven't seen anything bad like since then. Like all the little things that they're adding, like quality of life stuff and like making. Yeah, but it's just the game just needs more content, right? Like more mechanics, more stuff, and then some Atlas changes, so you're not chasing like 2 towers. Like running maps so that you can sextant a couple of maps is like is I don't know. That's not great gameplay loop, I think. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what they do here. But last epoch tomorrow, we're pogging about that. Dinosaurs, tier 8 exalted crazy items. Yeah, I'm playing that mage. I'm playing that mage thing. Brewmaster. The zappy one. Looks good. I watched the video in detail. Level with some max roll glacier thing. Also a filter for the Rune Master. Okay, what's going on in this thing? Helicopter. Thank God we have a glacier user, yeah. Warp on Evan, cast glacier. Warp on Randall, cast glacier. Yeah. Primalist leveling, oh god. I mean, your leap slam is pretty cool. I think that's the nicest, like craziest high range early movement ability, right? Is that Primalist? The leap slam? That's pretty sick. I think the cooldown is pretty high though. But yeah. We'll have some glaciers. It's like like the camera goes crazy, like you leap so high with the Druid. Okay, what's ADHD? What's going on here? Sword enjoyers.
So go now and slay Seeker.
Dino Zoo. Dead guy. 17 minutes.
Lest you wash up again on my shores, your frail body shatters.
Jesus. Big spooder. Kaidan. Dude, they're making a lot of like Souls-like games. I've seen like half the trailers that like they showed like yesterday, like were like a bunch of like Souls-like stuff.
Now you'll have seen in the main show the outstanding looking Hell Let Loose Vietnam, and we decided that we'd sit down with the devs and have a chat about them and tell them why we thought their title was an apocalypse.
Okay,
wow
okay.
Of an experience.
Maybe not that one. No interviews. Well, our next video we posted on YouTube tomorrow. Tomorrow is the crafting and all the prep for the AOE project, and then a few days later the actual AOE project, and then maybe a last epoch highlight or two if we do some funny stuff. I'll clip some stuff, but I have some more PoE stuff to do, like PoE 1 stuff, but like for now we're chilling until like last epoch and PoE 2 stuff. I have to record the tier list for the Baster cringe for this league, like all the strats that we did. That's just like a one-time thing. We just put them in a, you know, how good they were. That can be like late league. It doesn't matter. It's like for next league basically. If people want to come back and check like what was good last league, if they want to try those again next league, and then meme museum. And then we have a second project which we'll do later, much later, the Mercenary stuff with Bazooka and Marcus. Yeah, playing last epoch tomorrow on launch. It's actually a decent time for EU. It's not that late. It's 6 in the afternoon here, the last epoch launch. So it's not like 10 in the evening. It's actually kind of nice. So I almost didn't need to change my schedule. I just need to wake up like 2-3 hours later than I normally do nowadays. Maybe 4. So it's not that big of a push. It's nice. 6 is evening and 10 is night. Okay, sure.
Oh, that's disgusting.
LFG.
Looking for group. Thanks for the 13 months. Team Morato. Gauntlet starting at midnight. Oh god. Yeah, that's so scuffed. It's almost better to like just wake up early in the morning, start late. But like, yeah, of course you want to be there when you like when something like this starts. You want to be there at the start, no matter what. What do you think about the upcoming builds? My prediction: 100% shock, bone shatter, fire dot bleed with dagger and a scepter mercenary. Upcoming build. Wait, is this what game is this? Is this last epoch? Is this WoW? Is this PoE 2? Is this PoE 1? You said mercenary, so I'm guessing PoE 1. PoE 1.5. Oh my god, is this fork knife? Oh my god, it's Fortnite 2, but melee. PoE 4. Realm Royale.
Let's flag and go.
Now introducing Jackbird. Okay.
I survived Woodstock.
Last Flag. Play the demo August 25. Okay.
I absolutely love how Last Flag is looking, and if you want to take part in this fast-paced frenzy, then you can test out the demo, which drops tomorrow. Nathan, are you alright, mate?
I'm sorry to have to tell you, Jules, but
It's not tomorrow though.
I told you not to do that, mate. I've got a nervous liver. That's
It said August 25. It's August 20. When did they record this? Get your date straight. The Concord color scheme. Oh, wait, we got a world premiere. No one in the world have seen this.
Low lunar orbit, navigating my descent to the regolith.
Oh, shit.
Just log a report. A routine
Forehead.
assignment. Easy. But the moon doesn't do easy. Scanning lunar artifacts was my mission, but I was told next to nothing about the lines I had to cross, the enemies I'd face, who I might lose, or how it would change me. My mission seemed hopeless. But I'm not dying here. Not me, and not the ones I love. This isn't the end. It's a new beginning.
On the moon, lunar strike.
inhospitable, cold, and
Oh
very,
shit,
very dark. No,
that's
I'm
the
not
cathedral
reminiscing
in
of my time living
Cologne.
Gateshead, but I'm actually talking about the game
What?
you've just seen, Lunar Strike, which is a game that focuses on humanity being on the brink of survival, and it's your job to save them.
That's a cool angle.
Costs. It's coming out in 2026, Q2.
Up next, we've got another game where humanity is on the brink of survival, but this time things are a bit more bitey and a bit more medievally. This is God Save Birmingham, a crazy new physics-based zombie survival game set in ancient England, and we have got an exclusive look for you.
I don't think it's in Notre Dame. They're in Cologne. Gamescom is in Cologne. So this is probably the cathedral there. Do we know the drops? Yes, we do. It's Cologne's Notre Dame. I can see it from my window. Nice.
I'm eating a salad. Fishing making.
Dude, that sub sound is from PoE 2. I'm eating a salad from Snap. We were doing a simulacrum and we found a headhunter. And he was like, I'm eating a salad. It's a legendary headhunter drop. Alright, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Hold your pogs for 10 minutes. Medieval zombie. Oh shit. Or that's just how people were in the Middle Ages, right? It's like not even a zombie, it's just like, that's just people. Ooh, physics. Throw barrels at the zombies. Okay, that's kind of cool. Status. Bandage your wounds. God save Birmingham.
That was God Save Birmingham, an upcoming medieval zombie survival title with added collision physics. So
That's just how Birmingham is, or was.
The undead and then die to tripping over
It's
your own rusty bucket.
100%
this is the
realistic.
game for you. Now, I for one can't wait for this title, and if you can't either, you can sign up now for the alpha tests.
You know, Jules, after that,
You can sign up now or just travel there. Check it out.
Games one after the other that you need to know about.
Sorry,
Come on, my man, I'll
British
get you
folks.
episode.
Fair enough.
Dad,
Yes, sweetie.
it smells like old people in here.
That's because a lot of people have lived here before.
And what did they do here?
Cool voice acting.
Well, I guess, just like us, they kept themselves busy.
Jesus, was very
They
busy.
ordered food, and tried to keep things tidy. They collected all sorts of useless stuff.
Just like you do. And of course, they found hidden
Jesus,
treasures.
destroyed.
And one of them was a pilot.
Of course.
No, wait, a space pilot.
With robots.
Flying robots.
Okay, okay.
They celebrated
They created pieces of art.
and threw them out the window.
What?
Speaking of that, there is still a lot for us to do.
But first, ice cream?
Ice cream.
The Berlin apartment. Yo. Cute. Cute game. Every Brit I know makes fun of Birmingham too. Oh, okay, into Norse. Oath of Blood. Oh shit. Turn-based? From Shelter?
Start work on my smithy.
The Forge. Yeah, that looks turn-based.
Start to feel like home.
Building. Face the unknown. You gotta be a multimillionaire to have an apartment in Berlin. Oh shit. From warriors to legends. Oh, so it's like sometimes turn-based, sometimes not?
The first man I kill, I'm taking his shoes.
Jesus.
Face me if you dare.
Grace me.
Give them iron! Give them
Jesus.
They're here! Your creeper! We could not hold them!
Okay. Oh. Pixel art. 18 plus. Medu's wife. Jesus. What is going on? Coke head mage. Boss fights, right? Okay. What? The shrooms are hitting. What is happening here? Get high, get hot. Get eaten by a worm. Get screwed. Screwed. Netherworld. Alright. Discover something new.
You just saw the Berlin apartment, which tells different stories set within the same space. Norse Oath of Blood, which is a violent tale of vengeance, and the deep and darkly decadent Netherworld. You can wishlist these games and every other game you've seen so far, and in the rest of the showcase by going over to the Future Games Show Steam page right now.
Jules, everyone's wish list is going to be the size of Everest at the end of this showcase. Think of the wish lists. Anyway,
Oh my god,
speaking of
he's so
Everest,
Scottish.
we have our climbing-centric game Cairn coming up next because the developers would like to share a brand new mode with you.
Share.
And probably those guys too.
Yeah, why not?
Climbing game. Oh shit. Alex Honnold Simulator. Free solo mode. Oh shit. Dodge. Thank you, Echo Bomb. One tap, free solo, easy. You forgot to enable drops? No, I didn't. It just starts when the stream starts. There's no drops for the next like 4.5 minutes. It starts in 4.5 minutes. Oh my god, his legs gave out. Oh, it's dead. She's dead. One life. Deadly. Jesus. Falling to death every 5 seconds. What the fuck? Do you, and you start over like the whole like his new life, his new character? You're just dead. Okay, that's interesting. Very unique concept.
Now, as a man who absolutely loves climbing and has calluses rough enough to cut beef with, that is exactly the type of game that I'm excited by. And if you too like the look of Ken, then you can try out the game now because there's a demo out right now.
Okay.
Next up, we've got a game that looks tastier than the 3 curry bratwursts that I just inhaled, and faster than
breakfast.
And the time it's going to take for them to come back up.
Well, while he digests that, why don't you digest this upcoming powerhouse that is known as Metal Eden?
Jules, phone an ambulance. Quick!
Looking.
Connection.
Oh my god, 3.5 minutes.
Core Ripper active.
Alright, I'm joining Discord this time.
Give him hell, Hyper.
Buff shift.
Yeah. What's up?
What's up?
Also, why kind of hard space monitor?
Oh, it's for DDR, but you not see me play Bazooka?
Yeah, I saw you play the other day.
Yeah, like I was
going crazy.
I'm on a different channel here, doing some.
Oh yeah, I saw the secret channel.
A secret channel?
Mm-hmm.
I watched you teach your friend how to do like one section. It was insane.
Honest, this looks like exactly like one of those places we have here in Brazil. Like the
delay stream? What? Did they?
I
feel like so. Oh, let's see. I'm checking.
I wanna like panel this with acoustic panels. But I haven't done so yet.
Oh, here we go.
Like it's just an unfinished room in my basement. It had just like concrete walls and there's like some studs.
Here we go.
Hello, homies.
Howdy.
What's up?
What's up? Okay, I'll open this on a new tab. Boom. Here we go, guys.
Like, and the guy like just waiting there for you to finish. Like
1440p. Okay, we do theater mode.
Oh,
F11.
I'm fucking pogging out. Oh my god.
Login.
Dodge.
Dodge. Resorx. Thanks to Prime. Okay, here we go. What
I mean, it can only go up from here, right?
Yeah.
Come on, you underestimate GGG.
Do I though? I don't know.
I mean, based on what you just said, I think you do.
I don't know. I think other than Calandra, I don't think they've ever actively made their games worse. Like
that's not true.
Ever.
I disagree.
What else?
Expedition was also pretty fucking bad.
Ah, come on, it was not that bad.
Mechanic was
kind of made the game worse.
Okay, here we go.
Yes, they did.
To Ggg Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2.
Alright.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream,
so
you'll be able to claim your
Yes,
Sun Priest
drops.
Incineration rare finisher effects by following the instructions below.
Okay.
Wow.
Now with that out of the way,
all the rares
let's get
I'm
started.
killing.
Let's get
It's
started.
time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the third Edict.
Alright, it's not the first,
Shut
it's
the
not
fuck
the
up,
second,
Julie.
it's the third edict. Let's go, guys.
Karui! I have called you here to save our people.
They're
To save
Toda.
our way.
Toda is back.
Over the ages,
Let's go.
we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty.
Oh shit.
Aren't we in
like
the
the-
past?
I like
Isn't
the
it just the
jade.
trial?
That looks sick.
Like the green color, like armor
On
and
our
stuff.
shores, and we have stood by,
Both league, logic,
doing
Okay.
nothing.
Act 4.
Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way!
It's a cool axe. Do I get to wear that?
We have that MPX.
Understand.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
No.
Green
Thematics are getting
earthquake.
so good.
Bro!
Oh, look at that combo skill.
Bro, it's... Okay.
He's fisting that cannon.
Shark. The timing?
Their screen is dying, dude.
Oh, that finisher. Oh, shit.
Oh, I fought this boss at ExileCon. This guy is fucking annoying, by the way. That stupid bird.
Isn't he in the trial?
Oh, he's in Ultimatum. Yeah.
The bird boss, yeah. Ultimatum.
Got off his own tongue?
But that's like, he has a different arena and he has different mechanics. Like,
Jesus.
Wow. Act 4. Wow. 3 interlude acts.
Act 4.
35 areas. Bosses.
Okay, so instead of getting the whole campaign, mini acts.
They decided support gems suck.
Oh shit.
Lineage support.
Massive skill rework. Oh shit. Okay.
Printing!
25 new endgame maps. Sprinting?
Oh,
what?
The way that they added sprinting.
Wait, I'm refreshing. Wait, wait.
Fucking hilarious, actually.
We do split them.
Yes.
Perfect.
Rise of the Abyssal.
The Abyss aesthetic?
That is cool.
Yeah, that looks sick.
It's so nice.
Okay, I'm refreshing.
Silver? No. Sprinting? Yes.
What do you mean? What do you
Dude,
mean
you're gonna be like,
sprinting?
Guys, my sprint's on cooldown, guys. I need to
I see the project now, dude.
Can I get sprint CDR?
Sprinter.
Fucking
no.
Running man.
As you can see,
Can we beat Usain Bolt in PoE
we have a
2?
lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the
Okay.
next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also
All
3
classes
new
buffed.
interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too.
Okay, no more cruel. No, why is
After
it
that, we'll be
loading?
going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how
Wait,
I've
they skipped
overhauled the
Abyss?
entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs.
Follow the order.
Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal.
Okay,
This
buffs.
season's exclusive
All
league mechanics,
classes
and talk about the new
buffed?
rewards,
Excuse
crafting
me?
systems, areas, and bosses that it adds.
Wait, more
Okay.
crafting. Okay.
After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to
Okay,
talk about
endgame
items,
changes.
crafting,
Yes.
and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one.
Asynchronous.
We'll then go over our
Oh,
new
shit.
supporter packs.
Oh,
and finish up with a
what?
live Q&A session where Ggg D
Why'd they
will ask
bring us
Path
to
of Exile
PoE
2's
2
game
first,
directors,
man?
myself and Mark,
I
your
don't know,
questions
man.
from Twitch
Fuck,
chat.
man.
And after
Okay.
that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, hatch notes.
They're pulling from
They're
last
not quite
season.
complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on.
Of course they're not quite complete.
We've got a lot to cover today, but first, another announcement.
Oh.
When the third edict launches
shit.
on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2.
Ooh.
That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key.
First.
The free
Ah.
weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get
Okay.
started with Act 4.
The free people get their own servers,
The
right?
story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you
Right?
find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the third edict.
Are they in the Calgary?
The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes.
Those totems. Holy.
You will need to journey to Kingsmarch,
Oh my god, there's the boat.
hire a ship,
Oh, no.
and set sail.
It's both leagues.
When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you
Oh,
can visit
shit.
the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of
What?
Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
25 shield.
Fucking
I
love
already
rolling
hate this.
slam.
Or maybe you
I
will
already hate
visit the
this place.
volcanic
Fuck
shores of
Love
the Isle
rolling
of Kin.
slam.
Oh my god, they're
The
mining
Kin have been more
sulfide.
restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force.
Oh. I said that.
Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the third edict.
What the hell is the third
No matter where
edict?
you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures,
Wow.
Two blues. I was fabulous. treasure.
battle
Fucking
incredible
rares.
bosses.
A challenger!
Okay.
I don't know why they do that.
Come, Yama sees your soul!
Yama from RuneScape?
There are 8 islands to discover,
Oh
each
my God, the
teeming with
water
its
looks
own
so
flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself.
Nice.
Holy.
What happens after Act 4? Well, until
Okay,
now
here
you
we
had to
go.
repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the Interludes. The Interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released. That will take you to level 65, where the endgame can begin.
Okay.
Sure.
The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor. But there's a new danger afoot.
Caught in the act.
The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You'll discover new areas.
Wow. Look, it's the Wedru.
And new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness. Uncover the source of corruption.
Affliction.
Soon you will serve our master.
That warrior's attacking a little too fast, guys.
I shall dance with their
He's using his sprint
And that's just
attack.
the first interlude.
Oh my god.
The second interlude will have you
Imagine if
return
you
to the
sprint and you
Vasteri
rolling
Desert,
slam
where
and you go, like,
Asala has
extra
been given
far.
a sacred duty.
You like fucking fly.
When the skies align, the gifting of water
You're
requires a
pole vaulting.
chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari. Find those responsible for disrupting the gifting. Fight even more new bosses. Discover the secrets of the ancient ritual.
Sure.
Discover new locations. And ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty.
Oh, what is that?
Now for Interlude 3.
Okay, that room looked sick.
As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doyani had plans within plans to
He's
save his
back.
people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the
It's
home of the
Harrogath.
Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live, and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up the mountain you venture, the colder it will become.
Oh shit.
I don't
The
like
snow
being
act.
cold.
No, bro, I can't. We go
We'll
1080p.
find within.
I'll refresh. Sorry guys, we missed 10 seconds.
And generally include 4
We're
boss
back.
fights as well. When you
Holy
put that
shit, they have
together with
100k viewers.
4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new
Jesus.
bosses.
Okay.
It's worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all. But don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame.
Okay,
We're not just going to throw
sorry.
them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that
Bye.
it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character. And
Yep.
this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well.
And the reason...
So let's talk about sprinting.
Oh shit.
In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll.
Okay.
This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation
down
on
the
how long.
button.
Okay.
My
The primary
thumb.
purpose of this feature is to make
Bro,
navigating
rip
areas
thumb.
faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
Make it default, man.
The best idea is to use a
Sorry guys, I
sprint
sprinted
to
into
break
crabs.
you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger.
Oh my
If you do have to run
god.
away from monsters, just
What
hold
is their
spacebar.
obsession
You
with
won't be
heavy
vulnerable during the roll,
stuff?
and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat.
Chat just went from W
Sprint is a
to
pretty
L.
significant
Like,
change to
Bro,
PvP's
they're
game.
creating problems
What I
and
like most
finding
about it is
solutions
that we
to them
can accelerate
again.
the pace of
Make
the
it
game for those who
stop.
want that, without having to
fine.
compromise
Oh my
on
God.
PvE's more
Sprinting
visceral combat
it's a skill
systems.
check.
Okay, so that's
Okay.
the new extensions to the campaign.
Running it
But there's a
down.
whole giant league to play through as well. I'll
Oh,
leave that to Mark to talk
goddamn
about
way.
later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters.
Okay,
and probably
here
one
we
of the
go.
biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build.
Yep.
They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play.
Facts.
But PoE2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
Yep.
One of the major
Yep.
issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds
Yep.
to just become using the
Oh.
same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only
Yep.
use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability.
Yep.
And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities. Something needed to change.
Okay.
So with that in mind, we've removed the
Oh.
restriction of having one of each support gem per character.
Oh.
You can now use as many
Okay.
copies as you like.
Okay. What?
This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and
Oh
increase the amount
hell
of skill
yeah!
diversity.
That's it. Holy shit, they did it.
There are a lot of potential builds that
Now you
suffer
can have
from
like a
previous
full single
restriction.
target, full
For
clear.
example, the poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use
That's
stacking
true.
poison on more than one skill
Yeah.
either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the
Worth a spin.
specifically designed poison archetype. But now you can.
Nice.
Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place.
Nice.
In addition to that, though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1.
They're adding new tiers.
Also, there
Okay.
were
Tier
no
five
upgrades,
support gem.
meaning that upgrading
3
supports when you ran out of
chains.
sockets
It's like
required
2
quite a
chains
lot of
instead of
thinking.
1 chain.
In order to solve these issues, we
Yeah.
now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go
Brutality
through the game.
3.
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt.
Okay,
but at the
they
cost of
kinda
30%
level
less
up.
reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%.
Oh.
But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something
Triple
new.
barrel.
It now reloads
Triple
automatically
barrel.
when you hit a summon enemy.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, yeah.
In some cases, the highest
like
tiers
that.
might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example,
Yeah,
Rocky
honestly,
Castle,
supports were
That's
kind of
cool.
fucking
the first
boring.
couple of levels
Yeah,
goes
yeah, yeah.
15
And they
and
didn't
20%
level up
increased
or
cast speed.
anything. Yeah.
But then at tier
This is
3,
cool.
it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8
Cool.
seconds, you get 10%
Jesus.
increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big
cool.
bonus if
The
you use a lot
piano
of different
build.
spells.
Holy shit.
So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign.
Okay.
But we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, Lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel
this is
that
from Blood
reloads your
Jam.
skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you
interesting.
can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Okay. Awakened support gems, kind of.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
Oh, the others.
Yalas.
Oh.
others fairly
+1,
common.
+10 quality.
Yeah.
Some of them are build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades.
Oh my god.
All in all, there's
okay.
around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame. So there's a lot of power to find out there.
40? Holy
Now,
shit.
the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds.
Okay,
But of course,
yeah.
we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well.
Okay.
As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes.
Okay.
We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the range guard, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies.
Damn. Okay.
But not only that,
I'm gonna
we added an ice
backflip
fragment
every time
support
I
that
kill
creates
a
more of
pack.
them when killing frozen enemies.
Go the opposite direction.
And a new buff
Mom
skill
just
called
ran
Ice
out
Tip
of that.
Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Oh.
This already gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further
You're an
advantage of the
ice
ice
cube
fragments,
maker, bro.
Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
Okay. I don't know. This could be cool.
Yeah.
We've
Maybe
also
overlaps.
modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option.
Snipe.
And something you might notice
Nice
about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot
gonna
harder to freeze a
one-shot when the
boss,
boss is
you should get a
frozen.
bigger reward for it.
Boom.
Yeah.
Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
Okay.
And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
Okay.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Nice.
But it also means you can
Okay.
support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a
that's
new
a sense
spirit
bit.
reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice.
Okay, Mirage Archer is back.
When you roll, I think.
Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that.
Nope, dead game.
Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect.
Oh, look at chat.
Unlike evasion, Deflect works
spell
on
suppression.
everything. And if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage.
Okay.
Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
Okay.
And there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion.
10% deflection rating. Oh my god, please, no, don't.
So this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough.
Okay, so it's new suppress cap,
So the
deflect
Mercenary and the
cap.
Monk, but especially the Huntress is seeing big defense boosts from this as well.
Yeah, armor is like...
Goodbye,
Speaking of
armor.
defensive
Armor is
mechanics,
so
let's talk about
fucking
block and parry.
useless.
Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable.
Okay.
One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Parry?
Okay.
Dark Soul.
This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use,
are gonna be
you now
fucking
also move
killing.
faster than before while using these
Sprinting and
abilities.
dodging.
This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit. But overall, you should feel much
Just
safer.
imagine you sprinting in this game with movement speed.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard. So we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic fish are now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential.
Looks sick as hell.
We've
though.
also added a new skill called Forge Hammer.
Oh, that looks
This skill
cool.
throws a molten
Thor's
hammer that does a
hammer.
slam at a
shit.
distance. You
That
can
looks
recall the
cool,
hammer back
actually.
by using the
Okay,
skill
yeah,
again
that's
if you like. But the cooler thing to do is to use a war cry near it. Using a war cry makes the hammer explode,
Jesus.
making a bunch of volcanic fishes around.
Yeah, okay.
Volcanic fishes re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
That was cool.
We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect,
Okay.
and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively
Wow.
boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
Okay.
Footage is fake. He hasn't been
And you're going to
staggered
want to
once.
ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor.
Holy shit.
After you do, use it to channel
Oh
Kaum's
my
ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally
My
boosted with
eyes.
fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic fishes. And molten balls will erupt from your attacks.
Okay.
Warrior shield
bad.
skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield
bashing
charge
the
anymore.
mobs.
And now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Ooh.
Shield wall got
Okay.
wall.
significantly upgraded AoE.
Oh, shit.
Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls.
Nice. Okay.
We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on
Wow.
your shield that empowers your
Crazy.
other shield skills.
Guys,
And Magma
I
Barrier
will
now
be
doesn't require
summoning
timing in order to
walls
use.
to block
Just wait for
you.
your shield to charge up and
Yeah,
block.
this looks
On
cool with
purpose.
5 mobs, dude. It doesn't look cool when there's 100 mobs and you're getting staggered.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun.
Go there.
And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered
What?
Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical
There's a
damage.
fat debuff.
Oh, what?
Great for bosses.
Jesus.
Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too.
Okay.
We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance
Oh,
charge
yeah.
to summon, and massively buffed its
Totems.
damage. It also now scales your weapon damage too.
Oh my god, the fire.
Since there's no limit anymore,
Wait, there's
if you
no
build around
limit?
generating endurance
sick.
charges,
Wait,
you
what
can
the
summon an
fuck?
entire forest of totems.
It's a totem.
Oh shit.
That's how many totems.
In order
you
to
can
make
put
that
down.
easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges.
Okay.
There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy
Okay.
stones as well.
Wow. Sure.
Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tokuhama proud.
Jesus.
We've also merged the Great Wolf
Totem
Howl
boy.
and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Okay, that's good. That was bad.
Next up,
before,
let's talk
right?
about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy.
Okay.
Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range
Getting
attacks.
bind and like stun.
We also wanted to improve armor. And one of the major weaknesses of armor is the
Holy
inability
shit.
to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage.
Oh shit.
It's now
wait,
available in
armor
items
is
and in a lot
fucking
more places on
terrible
the
though.
passive tree.
Like,
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, but now it's actually.
Well, now it's maybe
it's
less
for damage.
terrible.
One of the most important
no, but you
improvements
get
we
like
made in
30%,
0 is to
you
declunk
get
the
like
action and flow
30%
of
or
shooting
3%
crossbows.
mitigation from 50k
You can now
armor,
reload
though.
crossbows
It's just,
without any
they
movement
reworked the
penalty.
formula.
But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better.
Okay, that's
It's
good.
hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now.
What?
But that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it.
Hello.
If you're going to add a
Waiting for
lightning
the
skill into a
name.
build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better.
Yeah.
To have increased shock
Oh,
duration on
instead of
monsters to last
reducing the
8
duration
seconds,
of the nades.
Why?
Thank you, GGG.
and skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking
Nice.
enemies,
Okay.
now increase the damage bonus by a
Rating.
lot more.
Shock's already
You'll
fucking
find changes
broken
like
in
this
this
all
game.
around the game.
Oh, this is fucking awesome.
Chill now lasts 8
yeah.
seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills
yeah.
are
Weave
better
it
at
in,
freezing.
man.
Burning
Freeze
skills
and
need
shock.
to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost
And
Bolts and
then
Incendiary
the
Shot
walls.
double down on how they're
Permafrost
supposed to be
bolts.
used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies.
Damn.
And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity
That's
rounds
just
damage
impale.
with every
Holy
subsequent
shit.
hit. Even tiny
Added
pellets.
impale.
So that means following
cool.
with a shotgun blast is way
It's a
more
corner
effective.
action, I
Yeah. Cool.
Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we
Mortar.
added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will
let's see
summon a
it.
cannon which
Oh,
loads and
nice.
then
Hey,
fires
that's
the
just
grenade.
a totem.
But that's just a totem.
Oh, Mortar totem.
Okay, I thought it would be way cooler than that.
Another
How
issue
many
on
of
the
these can
Mercenary
you
were
spawn?
banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now
banners.
last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them,
Oh.
and we
Oh.
removed the Valor mechanic.
Banners
They
are
now
Oh,
just become
he's
much more
not
consistent
No
and
strong.
strong,
valor.
and you can use them when you get enough glory.
I like it.
Okay.
On which one of the main focuses was making various
Minions.
minion
Wait, they
types
used to
more useful use
disappear when you
together.
moved out of them?
Melee minions in particular are just
way.
not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up
Okay.
removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy.
Good.
Attack minions now
Okay.
always
Trying
have
to
good, which
cap
makes them way
million
better.
accuracy is cringe. Nice. It's a good change.
Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
Oh shit.
We've also changed the Frost Mage's command
Six
skill to
coming
an
out,
ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense.
Oh my god, how many
It makes them deal
FPS can
cold
you
damage
get in
back
a
to the
6
attacker as
summoner
well.
party?
The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's war cry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights.
Would you look at that?
And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and we've significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Ggg
There's
ponging.
also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you.
Okay.
It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about 2 of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sanglemancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we've made Sanglemancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Oh.
On
Okay.
the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do.
Wait, can I
Oh, shit. Damn.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure.
Getting surrounded.
Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row. So you can keep the effect of
just
all
got
your
stunned,
skills
do you
throwing
see
up
that?
wind much more easily. Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now it just dazes on hit, meaning a single Wind Blast will make all your skills stun enemies more easily.
Okay.
Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in PoE 1 was hand-to-hand combat, but until now we just didn't have a real way to make it viable.
Okay.
Well, that changes now.
Oh.
The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Aw.
All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
Damn.
That's what's gonna be insane.
Stacking, yep, stacking build. Uh-oh.
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds.
I mean, you
This
won't
changes
have a weapon
mana leech to
anymore,
work with
but
elemental
works on
damage
it,
instead
at
of
least.
physical,
That's actually
which is
big.
pretty useful for all those
Yeah,
elemental
that's
attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too.
Okay.
Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula,
Oh,
so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful.
Yep.
So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill,
Yeah.
and freeze,
Yeah.
embracing the
Okay.
elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion. In
Okay.
addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills.
Okay.
He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in
It's
sight.
buffs, like the little things you pick up, the little
Now
wrist.
let's talk about Sorceress
Damn,
skills.
black hole.
One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this
Holy
might seem
shit.
small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses,
We're nerfing
which
curses.
lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to.
Okay.
So for example,
Wow,
there's no longer 3
nice.
curses for fire,
Oh.
ice, and lightning.
Thank
Instead, there's just a
God.
single
Level
curse
7
that buffs all
minus
3 at the same time.
Nice. Holy.
And things like Frostbomb,
And
which
they
give you
were
cold
curses
exposure,
like
now give
CBT.
elemental
Are curses
exposure.
like
You can use it to buff
CBT
any of
still,
your
or
other
what?
skills.
Probably.
We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother,
I mean,
so you can use different elemental staves more effectively.
there's the
To do that, we've removed the weapon switch
Okay,
time.
that's good.
It now happens
Oh.
instantly.
That's big.
This applies game-wide too.
Abuse
That's
incoming.
kind of crazy.
That is really
And we
That
didn't
is
just
cool.
want to stop
Damn.
there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to
How do I-
transform how they
how
work.
is
Spark will create a
-2.
nova of cold infused projectiles.
Crazy.
Oh, shit.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground.
Okay.
And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode.
Cool.
Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you
Cold
cast enough
spark.
spells near it.
Yeah.
And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it.
Okay.
Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
Very cool.
Or maybe go lightning on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full
Oh,
Palpatine.
shit. Or lightning
Get fire
projectile.
infusions by blowing up monsters with living bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire.
Blizzard.
And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
Huh?
Cold Snap has been simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on
Endgame is coming up, I think.
you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Atlas.
Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame
This
Covenant
is all
keystone
cool stuff so
converts your
far,
fire
though.
spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage.
Okay.
Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Oh shit. It's visually different thing, yeah?
The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times. But makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class.
Okay.
Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around
shit.
20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version.
Okay.
And here's the new version. It's a lot more dense
That's
and
a
has
lot
more
of
interesting
points.
nodes than
Oh my
before.
God. That's a massive buff to that jewel.
Now, we probably can't go
It's a
through
massive
too
buff
many
to
of
that
these in the
jewel.
live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the
All the
tree.
jewels.
We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So, for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have
Surrounded,
themes
lol.
aligning with Ascendancy classes.
Okay.
Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the
Be
most.
immune to stun.
Beautiful penis.
Another Ascendancy class align notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers.
Okay. That's how it goes.
Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold.
Okay.
Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems. Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
Though, to be real.
That means you'll have more points to spend on
This
interesting
helps,
notables
but, like,
rather than
it's
just
so
needing to
fucking
allocate
bad.
more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal. And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
Okay.
Mark
Bobbers. Even though there are
Mark
major
Bobbers.
changes to the
He
campaign
didn't
for this
say hi.
update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on.
Hell yeah.
It is really
Thank you, Mark.
important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is
thrilled.
fresh and filled with new content. And the
Yep.
way
Hell
we
yeah.
did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league.
Hell yeah, good choice.
So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first
Can't play
official league
standard
is bringing
anymore?
to the table. The
the
Abyssal
hell?
are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground.
Monarchs.
You first
Delve.
encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment.
Jesus.
The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their
Oh
attacks.
my god, it's Mortimer. It's richer than the Mortimer.
lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger
go.
pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having
You have
their
to, like,
souls
find
eaten
where
to
it is,
strengthen the
follow
abyssal
a little
underground.
crack.
As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves,
A lot of
as
fucking
hordes of
mobs,
Abyss will spew out from
wow.
the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then
bubble.
magic Abyss will arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare
Mana
monster will
donut,
emerge from
run.
the pit, having absorbed some
He's got
or
mana
all of its
siphoner.
modifiers for itself.
Another bubble!
No.
This means the monsters emerging will generally
What's
be
the
more
bubble?
difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards.
Augmentation orb.
Okay.
If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward.
Potential
Abyssal
reward.
troves will rise up out of the pits,
Okay.
allowing you to get some
Or
epic loot.
fucking rares.
Okay,
Oh
that's
my
the
god. A
one.
nod rib. What is
Areas
that?
often contain many pits with many fissures.
What the fuck was the
and the
nod
amount goes
rib?
up as you
Or
progress through the
fucking
game,
rares.
getting more intense.
You're gonna use the rib to make a metamorph?
It
I mean, they
doesn't
probably have a
stop
tree
there.
for it
When
too, right?
monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to
Yeah.
become infused with the Dark Necromancy,
The rib is
transforming
new.
them into Abyssal
Graphic
modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has
Giga Mana
transformed
donut?
into
Oh my
Soul
god.
Siphoner.
It's a green
and
mana.
is
Why do I
now
have a
amplified in
Giga Mana
danger
donut? He's
and
like,
reward.
Wait, what? What's the tornado?
Oh shit.
Abyssal pits also interact with
What
other
was
monsters
that?
and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one,
Okay.
it'll be revived as a Lichborn
cool, it
and has
interacts with
multiple
exiles.
Abyssal modifiers.
Okay.
Lichborn exiles even have their own
Oh,
unique
hollow
jewel they can
mask.
drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and
Soul
kill them.
Eater.
If an Abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a
Wow,
gigantic
that's a fat
Ggg
boy.
Live creature.
Oh my god. Okay.
Monsters
fat
imprisoned in
boy.
essences near Abyssal pits are affected by
Essence
the Abyss
Abyss.
too. They will come with an additional
Essence
new
of the
essence item
Abyss.
that can be used to craft
Okay,
your
what
items.
is that? The crafting.
So,
Wait,
that's your bread and
Abyssal-
butter of the Abyssal League. Kill
That
surface-dwelling
craft
monsters,
Abyssal
kill the
sockets
emerging
on
Abyssal, close the fissures,
This is a
overcome
cool way
pit
to do it.
encounters,
Like it
and
interacts with
reap
the other
the
mechanics.
rewards.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to this league, however.
Okay.
As you complete Abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved
they got
from
a
the
rib.
remains of fallen Lichborn.
Jawbone.
Ancient pieces of
These are
bone.
one of the many rewards for your
Desecrates.
mission to seal the pits.
Desecrates.
You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with Abyssal
That's
magic,
a nice weapon.
adding a special
This is
hidden
veiled-
modifier to
veiled
your
mod?
item.
Oh,
But how do you
Chaos
reveal it?
Or Veiled Exalt.
okay.
In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
Okay. Crafting.
After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of
Looks awesome,
souls swirling
actually.
beneath you.
Damn.
So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously,
Pop it
just
in.
throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do.
Pop it in.
Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it,
Fizz.
in the
Veiled
form of a
Exalt.
choice of
Oh,
3 different
one.
modifiers.
Okay.
Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the
Actually
power
just
of the souls,
yeets it
and the
in.
ominous creature will then retrieve it for you.
Actually throws it in. What the fuck?
These modifiers can be
the-
ones from the core
Oh,
mod
the guy
pool,
takes the
all the way
eyes.
through
Oh,
to
yeah.
specialized
Goodbye, thank
modifiers
you.
that cannot normally appear on items.
Okay.
During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods. But during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items.
Okay.
Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place an additional ballista
Bro,
totem.
it's crazy how they
Nice.
removed the thing that you need to go to
Or
June
this
QE1,
one
but now
that
it's
adds
like
dirt
you
to
have
your
to do a
stuff.
fucking map boss and throw it into a
Wait,
pit to get your item.
67
That
spirit on a
allows you to
staff?
generate more combo with your
Holy.
quarterstaff skills.
Okay, additional combo.
And speaking of endgame,
no.
you can also use this
no.
system to craft
Maps?
waystones.
Oh
No,
shit.
With a preserved vertebrae
well,
fused
This is
into your
bad. This is
waystones,
bad news.
you
Pop
can
it
get
in.
some
One
new
person
modifiers
lives in
that
this
push
map.
difficulty and
Oh,
rewards
yeah.
to new
This
heights.
is bad news.
Here are some examples of those mods. You always get a choice of 3.
Dude, this game is fucking awesome.
I'm clicking mana siphoning ground.
What the fuck?
With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all
9 pits?
and
Bro,
there are up to 9
2-hour
additional
map.
abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus.
Abyss ruckus. He said
Or
the
this
ruckus.
one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter.
Okay,
Be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Dark
There are
domain.
dozens of these Waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting.
Dozens? Jesus.
Yeah, but can
covers
we
the
do
new
that on
crafting mechanic.
hideout, please? I
So
don't
what's
wanna
left?
go
Well,
to the fucking
we
pits
talked
to
about
do
how
this
with
every
those
night.
pits
go
you
into
can
a
get
fucking thing
abyssal
to do that.
tropes.
Surely they'll just skip
But
animation.
sometimes when
button.
closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground
jumped
cavern
in.
that
Animation,
leads
you
to
gotta
the
teleport
abyssal
there
depths.
first.
After
It's
jumping
crazy.
into the depths,
Abyssal
you'll
what?
find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead.
City.
When underground, every single rare abyssal
Wow.
enemy will have an abyssal modifier.
Okay.
And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a
He's
more
blasting.
powerful Lichborn modifier.
Jesus.
Once you're able to defeat this
Lasers.
powerful rare,
A lot of
you can
gold.
also find some nice rewards.
Wait,
Aside
greater
from the
orb of
entire area being
augmentation.
valuable
What is that?
due to the abyssal
crafting
modifiers on the
changes.
monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgle's
Unholy
Leash.
might.
That's good.
This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting
Unholy
unholy
might.
might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting.
Oh, okay.
Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths.
Wait, what?
Take Ulliman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your
Parried
armor.
enemies.
These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at
Plus
a time,
3% deflection
but give
is
some
crazy.
pretty powerful effects. Think
Oh,
of them
it's
as
like
almost a unique
Lucky
socketable for your
suppress
equipment.
mastery.
In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple. Kill this commander
CDPS.
and destroy the spire.
Okay.
Oh, I
There
know
are
that
4
bell.
bosses in the
They're
Abyss
adding
League,
darkness and
and there
thrall.
are some
Yeah.
pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for
CDR.
example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that
What
one
do you
is.
mean?
Oh, shit.
You can also find this unique jewel,
Oh,
Undying
shit.
Hate. This jewel transforms part
Oh,
of the
let's
passive skill
go.
tree into an abyssal
An
version
abyssal timeless
and has
jewel.
multiple
Oh, God.
depths.
Tribute.
Hell yeah.
The deeper it goes,
An
the
abyssal
more of your
timeless
passive
jewel.
tree is affected,
Reservation.
allowing you to
Tribute.
fulfill your
So this
fantasy
is like
of
the white
becoming
one.
It's
part
the
abyssal
green
Lich.
one.
Green one.
No,
Mhm.
it's the green one.
Now, the last thing that abyssal commanders can
Cool
drop is a
back.
finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled.
Jump.
To do what,
Yeah,
though, you
that's
might
what I
ask?
thought. Throw in
to
the
jump
finger.
in.
What?
Yeah,
The
it
items you
is.
threw in came back more powerful, right? So,
I'm
what's the
jumping,
worst that could
guys.
happen?
What?
Jump without the finger.
What?
You just have to
I'm
find that one out
jumping.
for yourself.
How high, Snap?
Oh,
How
shit.
high?
Along with the introduction of Act
Okay.
4
Dive in, bro.
and the Interlude,
Okay, here we
will
go.
be
Here
adding
we go.
25 new
Endgame.
in-game maps.
Let's go.
These maps will contain
Oh,
all the
Liar
new monsters
2.
and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new
Oh,
boss
the stairs
fights
looks
many
cool.
times.
Gonna get stuck there.
Let's take a look at some examples. Rock
Okay, here
Pools
we
is
go.
a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by
Hard
coral
grenade.
and filled with sirens.
Okay, that looks good.
At the end is a giant goblin king boss,
Of course.
ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite
Square.
township which has seen better days.
Crimson
Explore
Township.
and
Anyway,
clear the
anyways.
township to find a gothic, reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both
Yes,
lightning
bro.
and wither you with chaos.
Hog.
Given some of the new
shit
bosses
on.
added are a bit more epic,
Goodbye.
such as the Act boss and final bosses of each Interlude
this one's
part,
sick.
it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular
Epic
map bosses.
What is that?
Instead, we'll be
I don't
adding
see
some
towers.
new mechanics to the Atlas that use
Oh
them.
no, never mind. I see 2 towers.
These start
now.
appearing
I like it.
pretty fast into the endgame
Okay, the density
and will
of
help
maps
bridge the
is
gap
way
until you do your
higher.
pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm.
Okay.
3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate.
Okay.
Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a Time Djinn, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes.
Jesus.
In the water biome, you'll
Big
encounter a
whirlpool.
giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome
Jumping
connects to
in.
it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map.
Okay.
Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could
That's
just
not
trade for
happy
one, I
about that
guess.
one.
Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite
LCD.
and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the
Uber
end of each part
versions?
of the Interlude. And each have their own
Surely they're not like
exclusive
Uber
drop
level
pool of
bosses.
new Lineage supports.
Can't be.
Which, as
Yeah.
Jonathan spoke about earlier,
Oh, yeah,
are
the
powerful support
awakened
gems that
supports,
modify
yeah.
your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a Lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garakan's Resolve,
Bifurcates.
which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable.
I'm glad the chat
From
still
the boss
hates
sealed in
towers.
the Vaal Vault,
Yeah.
we have Paquate's Pact,
Loghouse
which supports your
towers.
war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn
Cool.
bosses.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
Boss fountain.
Nice.
We'll also be making
Okay.
changes to how affixes and waystones
Boss
work.
shrine.
As the current
Delete
prefixes equals
towers,
good, suffixes
log
equals bad, iteration isn't
Everyone's
quite hitting the
trying.
mark.
Delete that.
We
Base.
tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually
crazy,
liked what we
Mark.
had in Path of Exile 1 more.
Whoa.
Like the
Like
Atlas?
Path of Exile 1,
Oh, wait.
each affix will now be both difficult
Wow.
and rewarding.
Nice. Okay.
Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of Waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding,
Crazy.
and allow you to customize
That's
the difficulty
crazy.
and rewards of
That's
your maps
crazy.
better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the
Wow.
rarity of items dropped as its upside.
That's a
Whereas
crazy
the
concept.
of venom suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit,
it's tied
has
to
the
the
upside of
mod.
granting increased
That's how it is in
pack size.
Back
PvE1.
size. Yeah.
Some
Well,
maps
they have
will end up having a
everything,
lot
yeah.
of rarity,
But they
some
all
a
have
lot
different
of pack
values, though.
size,
Yeah.
Like
and
the mods
others
you
will
put
just
on.
have a mixture of everything.
These seems like it's like each is like
Due to
different.
now having more
It's
modifiers
more like the
granting
T17
difficulty,
mods, where it's
we
like
will of
1 to
course
1.
be
Yeah.
reducing the difficulty per
Or like two.
modifier
It might
to
have two
account
mods
for
instead
this.
of two, like 2 out of 3.
So,
Yeah.
that's your Atlas, maps, and Waystones.
Okay,
but
there's
what
a
about
tower.
Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort?
There's a tower though.
We're making some changes around this too. The
Okay.
first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the
So
case
much
of
bloom.
Delirium,
What the
it's simple.
fuck?
You just need to
My
find
eyes.
and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis.
Okay.
The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to
Okay, so
accessibility.
you can get the
here.
first 2 points. Okay.
Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content. This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties,
You already fixed
instead of
this in
wanting to run the
PoE1.
content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty.
Yep. So?
To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less.
Pretty smart.
Which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Yeah.
Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding Atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them,
Chat is no
and has been
longer logging
changed to
out.
purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas.
Yeah.
The
Never mind,
Arbiter
they're
of
logging
Ash
out.
works
That's
a
a
bit
solution.
different. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments.
Okay, yeah, of course.
We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter.
Okay.
The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second,
And then
Uber Arbiter,
fragments. Okay.
requires calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level.
That's fair.
Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple.
Alright,
Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning.
Nice.
Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow
Flicker
Palm
palm?
technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in
worse than
combat.
the other glove.
Another unique we're adding is Hinekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power
Someone
of the
link the
Mother of
tab.
Death herself. This is
Future
reflected by
past.
granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
What?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage.
What?
This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet.
Wait.
What?
Ultimately,
Wait, hold
your
on.
in-game experience should be more
iframes for my
streamlined,
dodge
with
roll?
new content to find.
Interesting.
You'll be able to invest
what
in your
does that
Atlas
mean?
trees sooner,
Complete immunity?
engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said
Lookout
pinnacle
towers.
content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many
That should
new
just be
trees
how the
in-game
dodge roll
items.
works. I'll be honest.
Talking about finding items is one
That
thing.
just should be how the dodge roll
Okay.
works.
Crafting them.
Crafting.
We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements.
Okay.
Let's start with
Peeking out of his
essences,
belly.
which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system should provide.
Let's go.
To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values. Meaning
so
you know
like
exactly
DOE
what
one?
you're going to get.
Essence, yeah.
We found that players
Better.
were often bottlenecked by
No, but it's
regal orbs when
regal.
crafting in the campaign,
Yeah.
It's a
so
regal,
this
which is
helps to
sick.
fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items.
Okay, guaranteed regal is pretty
For example,
strong.
this
Yeah,
lesser
that's really
essence of
good.
flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're
They're probably
adding many
weaker,
more
but-
tiers. That lesser
Okay.
essence
Very
of flames,
good.
for example, has a regular variant and a
Yeah.
greater variant too, adding
Okay.
even more fire damage with each upgrade.
Deterministic regal is powerful stuff.
The intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the
Not
campaign.
on that belt. Not on that
I
belt.
just gifted 50 subs.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences,
care about
now
that.
called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will
Okay.
replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod. Such as this
Okay.
Perfect Essence of
So it's
Flames.
a veiled orb.
You'll notice this one
But,
doesn't
like,
just add flat
predetermined.
fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different,
Yeah,
with some
remove add.
opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences,
Gamba.
each with many tiers,
Command.
covering many of the more core modifiers you'd run on
That one didn't even make it on
Beyond,
his filter.
through to
I
chase
gifted
specialized ones for in-game.
Thank you for the 5 gifted
Speaking of
sacrifice.
in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at Endgame, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation.
What?
These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level. This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation,
extra weapons.
Regal Orb,
These are
Exalted
sick.
Orb, and Chaos Orb.
Perfect Exalted
Meaning you can get all of the
perfect
orbs
Chaos is
required
only
to take your
50.
item from normal rarity to a fully completed
Okay,
rare
the currency
with
tab is
guaranteed high tier
gonna
mods.
look pretty crazy,
On
I
top
guess.
of these new core crafting
Currencies
currencies,
weren't in the currency
we
tab.
wanted to make
tiers
sure
and
there are
everything.
powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in Endgame, you can start to find
28
exceptional
dollars.
items.
28.
These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in.
Okay.
And yes, they can be corrupted for yet another socket.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's super crazy.
You can also get
socket.
exceptional unique items.
Oh,
To
they can
add
drop
even
us through.
further to your
Okay.
crafting arsenal, we've
Damn.
added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to
Hey,
not
trash the
destroy the
treasure.
item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite.
Oh.
This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its
Sanctifying
modifiers,
items?
allowing it to exceed the
Christ.
normal minimum and maximum
what
values,
the fuck?
raising the ceiling on
That
the
is
new most powerful
crazy.
rare items in the game.
Holy shit.
This omen will
I'm
also
Ggg
cause your
divining my
item to
mirror
become
item.
sanctified.
Shit.
Sanctified
That
items
is
cannot be
really
crafted,
fucking crazy,
just
man.
like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
Oh,
Just
shit.
fucking reflecting
Another
mist,
is the
but for
Omen of
every item,
Chaotic
right? Like,
Monsters,
It's not
Yeah.
which will
corrupted.
cause
Can
your
you-
next
can you
chaos
mirror it
orb
after?
to
It is.
roll all modifiers
that's
on
what
a Waystone,
sanctified debuff is.
allowing you to fix your
is it?
maps if you get some
Yes, it
modifiers
says
that are not
most
feasible
items
for your
cannot be
build.
used on this with the sanctified debuff.
Can you
Besides
volley
these
after?
examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters.
Bro.
Oh, in the corner slot.
With the release of Act
Oh.
4, notably taking place in the Cartery
Yo.
Archipelago, you'll be able
Holy
to now
shit.
find a new currency item.
That's gonna
Henikora's
be
Lock.
so rare.
Henikora, the Cartery
Henikora.
goddess of death, has the power of foresight
Oh,
and is
shit.
able to see many
He has
futures,
the power of Forza?
including the
Yep.
outcome of your next craft.
Wait, so we can lock
so,
miss
imbuing her
items
lock
in
onto an
PoE2
item
now.
gives you that
Nice.
same power too. For
Crafting.
example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe
Damn.
to say you're going to be making some
That's
epic
gonna be
items.
so expensive.
And not necessarily just
Okay.
ones for yourself. So given that, it's
Okay.
time to talk about a
Okay,
massive
I
one.
think I become useless,
Trade.
guys.
Oh shit.
It's finally here. The moment we've
Oh
all
my
been waiting
God.
for. Fully asynchronous trade.
No shot.
Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums
divines.
through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website.
Auto reply.
These
Cabbage
systems,
merchant.
in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves.
Players
Be
AFK.
it requiring you to be in your hideout too much
For
instead
one
of out there
hour.
killing
D&D,
monsters,
offer
or
1 hour.
never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered.
Hello.
In
Hello.
order to
Wait,
finally solve
why is there
this,
gold?
and this has been a long time coming,
I see
we're adding a
gold.
new system
of
that
course.
allows you to buy items from other players
Gold's
without
fine.
requiring the seller to be present. They can
Damn.
continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please,
Sold for 4x.
and can even be offline. With the introduction of King's March in Act 4,
Please don't
you will
do this
encounter
to me,
Ange,
wanna
assistant to
do
Rogue
Ange.
in the Meridian Free
I love
Traders
King's
Company.
March.
Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is
Okay.
now ready to take over his business.
Damn.
If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there.
Hell yeah.
If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4.
Damn.
allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange,
Manage your
but
shop.
also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Manage shop. Okay.
So, how does this new system work?
Big
In the
sales.
existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each
Damn.
item must have a price set.
Perfect.
The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs.
Okay, how much gold?
Once a price is set, other players will be able to find
It's
the
just
item
that
by
easy.
searching
Secure
for it on the trade
item?
website.
That's it? There's
Once
buy
a
it?
desired item has
Teleports
been
you.
found, you can
Wow.
hit, which will instantly
there's
teleport
a
your
tablet
character
also.
in-game to their hideout.
Oh yeah, tell me that.
Then you can immediately purchase the item.
Yo,
and while
okay,
there,
that's
if
kind
you
of
want,
sick.
Browse
There's a
their other
gold
goods.
cost when
in case
buying.
there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered.
Damn.
You'll notice that as a buyer,
Is gold
on top
enough
of the
to
currency
deter the
seller set for
massive
the price,
botting and flipping
it
that
also
this is
costs
gonna
gold to
cause?
purchase an
That's
item.
no, because bots will
It's
just
what
generate
bills
gold.
to pay after all.
I guess.
It'll just
As a
be added
seller,
into their
you'll
rotation.
immediately
Right? Like,
receive a notification
damn.
when an item of yours is sold, and can
But
also
they
see
can
an
pay
effect
someone to
above
do
Ange in your
one
hideout when she has
Giga
unclaimed
map for
currency.
gold and then be good
Just
for like
talk to her,
6 hours.
claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
I imagine like if you find someone like
As many people
Other
already
pricing
acquired
something,
premium stash tabs for the
gonna just
purpose
check
of the
every
trade
item,
system,
okay, what
we
else is
wanted
there
to add a
pop up?
way for you to convert your existing
Just buy
tabs
everything.
to merchants tabs, if you want.
Merchant stamps.
You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs
Blacking?
before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality.
You can still trade the
We
old
just
way.
figured
This is
people
just
might
added.
want to switch over to this
Okay.
new system.
Interesting.
We expect a lot of
gonna
feedback
blow up
around
my
this new
Q1
system
tabs.
and are looking
Please
forward to
do
trying
not.
it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to
When
Pop
ready.
XL1 when ready.
no.
So
That's-
any of the
that's
tabs you
good. This
purchase
is good.
will also be usable
It's
via laser.
over.
I'm
This is
homeless.
We're going to be talking
Jobless.
about our new supporter packs.
Lifeless.
Okay.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter
Yeah,
packs.
you're still finding
Somebody
items
still has
on the
to
trade
fucking
side.
price the items,
Trathan
man.
Executioner
of course.
packs.
It's just easier to sell and
Each
collect.
tier contains the
Less
pack's
annoyance
face value
when
in points,
You're farming gold,
alongside
and then we
several
just dump
exclusive
100 gold.
microtransactions.
Dump
As always,
into
the
tab and then just
microtransactions
sell
in
them.
these
That's how it's
packs are
gonna
purely
work.
cosmetic and do
Like, we're
not
not
affect your
listing that
character's
shit. We're going in
power
the next
or
map, you
progression
feel me?
in
Like,
any
we're
way.
not-
Wait, actually, it wasn't
The
clear. Who
Justice
pays the
series
gold
of supporter
costs?
packs
The list
The
or
buyer.
buyer?
6 exclusive
I think.
microtransactions.
It costs to list as well.
Claim glory.
It
after
didn't
defeating
show
enemies,
like
or
that.
inspire your allies by calling down the banner of Justice portal.
I'm pretty sure it did. No?
The Sphinx
No,
Mystic
you only
Item
selected
Decoration
gold
will
costs on the
identify
list.
items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons,
Yeah, probably has
so has
to.
some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares.
You can still have your one divine dump tabs.
Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set.
This looks sick.
This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice
finisher.
herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods, or be banished
Yeah,
to the
randos will be
underworld?
like teleporting to your hideout, buying your items, like just showing up,
The
teleporting.
Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous
What the
companion
fuck?
I
as
think
you
the
journey
funniest thing is
throughout
that you can see
Rayquest.
everything they have for sale. So if someone like severely underlists something, you're like, oh, what else might they
Take your
have
place in the
underlisted?
skies and the
Yeah,
plateau
10
of
people
the
warp
gods
into your
hideout.
hideout when you underlist
This
stuff.
hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your
Oh my
home
God.
or base of operations.
But you don't even have to buy them.
In order to travel
That's
between
correct.
them, you simply just need to walk
What?
off the edge.
What the
Like a true
what
eternal
the
god,
fuck?
you can
This
float
was
between the
This
mountains on
hideout
the
is so
clouds
sick.
themselves.
Oh shit.
That hideout is so sick.
Yeah.
The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yo,
Trathan
Faye.
Executioner finisher
My
effect
God.
is a brutal display of Trathan might.
We added the new
Crushing
badges.
slain unique enemies
10.5
as
year
their spikes
MTX.
beneath your heel.
Full blue.
As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet.
Okay.
It has taken a
Huh?
particular
Bat
liking to the taste of other pets. And
Huh?
at your command,
It's
it will
gonna
swoop
eat
down
your-
and eviscerate
My
you.
$100
Oh my
use.
god.
Oh my god, you can kill the goblin troops! If they ever add that back, you can
The
delete
nobles of the
them.
4 major Trathan houses had
This
their
works in Kiwi
mercenaries,
1 too.
but if
I
their
hope
hired
so.
hands became notably
yeah,
irritating, they'd have to
Yeah,
call
yeah.
in the Trathan Executioners.
Yes.
You can now embrace
Smart.
their methods and become
Create the problem,
brutality incarnate
sell
with
the
the Cruel
solution.
Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel
that
Trathan
cape
Executioner
is fucking
cloak
horrible.
will shroud you in scarlet
Minus
as you crush
FPS.
the skulls of your enemies
Yeah.
and leave a
Crash
trail
is
of
gonna
blood
crash
behind
my
you
instance.
as you build up a kill streak.
That's gonna crush Act
Or
1.
use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back.
Okay, that's a bit better.
Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown.
Goblins. Goblin
After a long
gamblers.
and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with
Jumbo.
the Goblin
Oh, that's
Gambler's
sick.
Hideout decoration. They'll definitely
Mage
be
blood,
playing
mage
fair,
blood.
right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of Trathis.
Jesus.
Each map you open will
Oh.
execute the next victims.
What the fuck?
This map device in
of
its
course
true
it does.
ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed,
What? Oh,
your kills per second,
Your
and your
kill
largest kill
streak.
streak up to
Live
the
stream
point of the
monk
map
too.
being completed. This is then displayed
So
on
we
a
looked at
leaderboard, so you
both
can take a measure
time
of you
and
your
kill.
friends' violence at the
Okay.
end of
Pay
each
to
map.
win. Pay to win.
Additionally,
Yep.
any microtransactions from the supporter packs
Wait,
will
but
be
it
made
didn't
available for
discriminate
use in Path
rarity,
of Exile
right?
1.
It's just-
Yeah, it doesn't discriminate rare.
That's
Oh,
enough about
total
cosmetics. Let's get into the Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ggg D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 PM Pacific, we'll post
2
Path of
hours.
Exile 2, the third Edict's patch notes.
Okay.
With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release.
Okay.
Keep an eye on the news.
There's a lot of
Thanks for
pog
joining
shit
us today
here.
and checking
This
out
is
our
like
latest
an 8 out of 10,
developments.
and the only
We're
reason it's
looking
not 10
forward
out
to
of 10
seeing
is
your
because
experiences
towers
with
are
Towers are
Endgame.
still there, yeah.
Fighting
From the
villains
one little
and
snapshot
new
they showed of the
builds
Atlas
with
though, there's
crafting
like
new
twice
items.
as many maps.
We'll begin
Like the
the Q&A
density got
shortly.
tuned
Yes,
up a
please get
lot.
your questions
Yeah.
ready.
So maybe there is still less interaction with towers, but it still exists. But yeah, like from that one flyby they did, that Atlas was fucking dense. I'm sure it'll be on YouTube.
Oh man.
Let's
There's a lot of
see.
cool shit they added there, I'll be honest. Like,
Yeah, the way that Abyss interacts with like other shit is pretty cool. Like the Essence and Exiles and other shit. Wonder if that's like with Breach, like you open a Breach and then you kill the Abyss shit in there. Oh, CGD? Hello?
audio?
We now have a suitably juicy Q&A session
Audio?
for you. Probably
Uh-oh.
2 hours or something. So
Badger,
grab a-
fix the
grab a
audio.
cuppa,
What the fuck?
Grab a snack and settle in. I'm joined once again.
Oh
by
god,
Jonathan
it's gonna
and
blow
Mark
up.
to discuss.
Like when you have a wedding
what?
reception
The
next
patch
door.
that
That's
had
what
to
it
fix
sounds
all the
like.
things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Oh, it is on
Thanks for
YouTube
telling me
3
that.
minutes ago.
This was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this
Wait,
one too.
how there's no one
Absolutely.
talking
I
in
mean,
their
look, we've
ears?
obviously got a lot to prove.
Right now.
You know, we need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel
Endgame.
like we
Thumbnail.
that we don't have answers to
Technical
a lot of the things that people have
difficulties.
been unhappy about. So you know, like we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people
how
will be a
do they
lot
not have
happier with
chats?
this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one.
Listing
especially
item
given that
doesn't
you've
cost
moved
gold.
to this kind of like 4
Wow.
and 2 cycle of
Grey logging told
you
me.
know, you just
That is-
According to that
Just
graphic,
Path
but
of
that
Exile
doesn't
extension, which also had a lot
Oh,
of
I
I mean,
found
it's
it.
going to be that way in game
Yeah.
for sure.
So,
Top
it's
secret.
really hard. I mean, look,
Somebody-
There's
really
the
hard part
Atlas.
is, you know, having to make an
Grey
app at the same
logging
time,
says
like,
it doesn't cost
that's
gold.
a really
Oh.
huge commitment.
I see.
So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish
I
the
missed the name.
campaign, because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a.
It's
like,
pretty
you know,
dense,
what it
right?
does do is
Just
it
fix
means
the
there's, like, a
audio.
huge amount of content
I don't
draw
want to
from.
listen to the.
And
Oh,
there's
there
a
we go.
huge amount for players who are not necessarily the in-game
Jesus
players as well, because
Christ.
you've got all of the the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And
was towers not on your fucking whiteboard, Mark?
What the fuck? Before,
right.
We were like, okay, we have
the
to
whiteboard
solve everything
was on a tower.
Literally made a tier list up there.
Yeah,
Like, this is T1, this is T2.
We
like,
actually fully of every problem.
$5 and you put your name on the whiteboard.
Things in there like performance and things that aren't necessarily the
get the
actual
100 subs
game
and say
content.
towers.
I mean, the very
Thank you for the
one at the top
gifted
of the list
subs.
was,
You go on the
campaign was
top.
a slog, right? Like that was the one that we were like, we got to solve that. Things like that were just like we're really trying to be honest about like here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it. And we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan. It was on the list.
We couldn't
get time to sort it. So that's probably the notable
next league, I guess.
One. I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff.
Okay, that's good that they like instantly responded to that. I mean, the chat was nothing but towers log out for 10 minutes straight.
Elephant in the room, the lack of the elephant in the room.
So funny.
With the druid. No elephant form, but the druid kind of works. So,
fixed gear.
It
Thanks.
seems that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's
surprising so many classes, but
just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid?
The asynchronous state.
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized,
trade system is going to be available to everyone. You just unlock the NPC.
That we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class, and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the
you don't have to use the new trade system. The old system still remains.
And obviously it was like a really hard.
If you're sure about an item,
like, you're gonna have another one
then you
class.
list it on the new trade system, and it's gonna sell while you're sleeping. You can still have your public tabs and do the old school.
Unfortunately, that was it.
Offer.
It means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut. Like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there. We'll get to it.
Then you better be sure about the price.
Make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great.
You don't have to be online. They specifically said even when you're offline.
I imagine for Druid.
Also, you can leave your client running if that's really a limitation.
Shapeshifting, getting it looking and feeling.
No, I mean it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each class.
That is true. That is true. Every class is a step up from the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up?
Well, I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's that's kind of a pretty clear.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah, to be honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that would be
weird when you think about it.
It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got that.
That's a cool
sort of duelist or something. Most likely being the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as you weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into Endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the Endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an Endgame update. from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some way, some new mechanics for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics, with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, those kind of like Atlas events, and it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then of course, once you got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have, and that's we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But
you know what adds up to quite a bit in the end?
Like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So, but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also I think will help bridge.
I love how
mid-end game
he's just
part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but like it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like, we need to you've got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you've got all these like, how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect next expansion to be way more endgame centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty.
Are you excited? More excited than I thought I would be.
So it's cheaper to get to the lower tier one, so that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So
and of course you got the league now in Endgame as well,
and of course there's a league there too.
The wisps were wisps. Sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like not
not
what we've done before. And a lot of people in PoE2 may not really even know what a league is.
I forgot about that stupid
we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hutt, but having Abyss
bad.
in every single area. There are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area. The Abyss. So and you have different the Waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of endgame just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah, so, you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based
Abyss
on the rogue
Breach
exile.
juice time.
That's a rather interesting extra
Oh, yo, there's the puzzle. I have that.
It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core
It's a cool backdrop.
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the Waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do, but in this case, it comes in the form of the Waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Bit different because it's not a separate tree, and that was costing. That was during Necropolis, yes, and you felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. we're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but just do it through the Waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we
no
fold it all in as we go into the 040 though. Like, that'll be an interesting.
Right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded, and it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So in fact, you even
some of them. Yeah, we made some changes to that actually as well since last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately.
Of course.
It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the League and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get like, if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's even, the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those first 2 points now, which was mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing was you've got this like kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration with the new unique maps, and even towers, I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next, you see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid-game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal, is to make this like a really exploration focus?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore. And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's like obviously a lot in flux there still, but it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. Like it seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Like even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, like we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people aren't happy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move like other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps, because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well, I mean, I still want something that does that. I just think that it needs to work differently than how it works.
I guess the issue seems to come down to, from what I see, and maybe chat might have other things that they mention about their issues with towers, but the issue as I see it is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad. Like effectively it's like, okay, like if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because like I just have to get to the next tower, and then like when you've done one tower but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So there's just this problem of like that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. Like it's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of like the reason you have random drops is because like any monster could be the one that drops the next thing. And if you don't have that, then it's like you feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already. So you need that like random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Do you think that's like bringing up what the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Like I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't like when it already sucks, as I said. Like it's just kind of like that thing there. So we need to sort of like there would need to be some approach to solving making it more controllable, more deterministic in some ways,
say, like, you know,
aware of
just
the
something along
problem.
those lines, so that you can, so
Yeah,
that you don't have this feeling of like,
explained it pretty
because
well.
of, you know, because of a thing I can already see that sucks. That this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
Yep.
So, somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is the this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening.
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some abilities.
Still nice to have that choice if you want to do that,
in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what it already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like, we did what we could, 100%. And you know, 040 expect a lot more improvements there, but again, we focus more on everything else. There's a, you know, an insane amount of content there. You know, it's
I mean, the scale change.
We wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. You know, it was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
But if it was so expected, how was it not on the top of your list? Is my only
a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to Endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once, or do some weird
Don't worry, man.
thing.
We have to put in
You've come up with making more acts to solve the problem.
Unless you bounce into your friend while sprinting and you both fall over.
There was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that. But basically, the main thing there was that like, okay, so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like, you know, like each one of them is like, you know, a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no like, you know, like different, there's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of like, you know, someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, you know, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in Endgame as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a you know, like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with like 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, you know, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, you know, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for you know, just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to endgame. So
Agony.
I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of crawl. I mean, like we never wanted crawl to exist, right? It existed as a compromise.
Yeah.
So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
Yeah, there was something. You get to the Act 1 crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again. It's just like a little bit like, just you can do it. At that point you're like, just get me to end game, like, Whereas when you're playing through, the new acts, like it feels. Well, with Act 4 and the Interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and, still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and, it's not that just like, I just did this, like, for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my God, I just did this like a few hours ago. It's like just too short of a time. But one thing about Act 4 and the Interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's 3 of them.
But there's 3 of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
You can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, ahead, and they bridge the gaps. You can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because there's different bonuses available.
Like the Spirit Draft comes from 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the Interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then who knows, which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each and then
Just
do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then
That's wild. I didn't realize the interludes were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there, and that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take, but also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, the repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So yeah, each one has got stuff that like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were?
I
thought you did.
The passive point number is the same. The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different, because not all 3 of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the Interlude.
Everyone knows about the
kind of mix and match all over the place, but there's some pretty cool stuff in the Interludes that you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. Like the first area of one of them, I'm going to be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm going to go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other 2 acts, because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those secret ones, but
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. Okay. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
a bit of discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got part of Act 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Yeah, get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be. I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay, good.
All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map. Cool. So yeah, that's how that works.
Okay, that's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
probably. I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
It makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
One of those islands, like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like because
go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term. There's a good reason to do it differently. It doesn't just get kind of immediately solved. So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later, but you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being. But later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So we ended up making that decision. But we'll get to it.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cruel's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next League then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything, because at this point we're in the mode of like, we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right? Where we had, whereas like right at end game you did that third one. So
Sanctum is easy. We know how the traps look now.
I think part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slug kind of discussion was just
I don't care. Big ultimatums,
but how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that.
You know more about the game. Your characters
a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into last League where you reduce zone sizes.
So we did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times. So for example, right now, the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot. Like sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it. But the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way.
They added some cool stuff for sure. The Abyss stuff is really cool. Asynchronous trade is really cool. The skill gem changes are cool. The currency changes are cool. Crafting changes are all cool.
You can get further away than you could.
Towers that steal there.
You can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
if you screw it
up,
But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like like the person who's playing through the campaign the 5th time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So that's something as well that it kind of does. Just because you are faster than basically everything, you can skip past them.
There were a bit of like good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. There's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like there's a simpler way to now, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, well, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit better. For longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what, so this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like, there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues, like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that, like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved and even outside of that, it's like talking about sprint, slog, fast, like there's more to it. There's obviously dodge rolling has improved. The Mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live, we played Mercenary, and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0-0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it. So it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released. So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there.
Cool.
That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving. You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes. So that actually affects the Ranger and the Sorc as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, like you're just overall more mobile, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. So that's obviously been like a thing, a big worry, especially
because there's so many other buffs and things to other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. We just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before,
for sure.
and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like, and generally speaking, like even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So we tried it. It works. That's really what it comes down to, right? So that as long as that's the case, then then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where
16 minutes from now.
we're just it's all just like. Even during the campaign, it's just one button. Don't have to worry about anything. Like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff. Because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all.
Turbo,
like,
you mean?
You need to have some level of like actually, having to think once in a while.
You count as watching ads, even if you have
boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that
you're
left
not
over.
watching ads.
Now, sometimes it can be the situation where
this was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone
sprinting
there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So when you're
coming back to PoE2,
taking a chance on a thing like that, and it feels like a compromise, and you're uneasy about it. I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem. Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like that was definitely a worry. Like the concern there is just that isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of. I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. It's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most
they need to have like
we're making
5 times as many
I mean, obviously
supports
you got a bunch
if they
of
wanted to
content,
make that.
like in terms of like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the 1 support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than 1. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
It definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things.
They can go back on stuff like this.
And I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being
node is probably getting changed,
and it just ended up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah,
they made
it seems like Lineage supports take over the role of just 1 gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have 1 of each Lineage support per character, but that's kind of like none of those are like. Okay, so something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable at endgame. Whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing.
Do you want faster attacks on your
so we still get to
attacks?
It's like
definitely a huge buff though. Like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because. It's not any one specific thing, like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
Yeah.
That's like
it's a sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason, because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sorc, which is like, you know, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong, and I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because, you know, I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch of changes all through like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element, it's like you're never going to use cross element, right? Like you're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there, because
we merged and we merged cast on shock, ignite, and freeze into single.
We did. So there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment for that reason as well, right? Exactly, right. So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals, because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs, is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and we're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps, because it's giving you another reason. Like it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from like you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it. You need, because
like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that like we really want to make sure that it actually works. But so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
You want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just like use your main skill
Get
instead.
like 40% shock
time.
The boss.
But like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all
shock magnitude on quiver too, and then
you mentioned the ignite
widow
thing.
hail, scale it like crazy.
It builds up now. So like if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the ignite, and then the next failed ignite will.
It's called flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Right.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore. Really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
So don't worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah, so, nice. So finally a good solve for that, because it'll be
I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that.
Let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. Okay. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes, we'd use the word poise, which basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss getting chunked from those shots in the fottage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like so with armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's gonna do something different. Like in the case you're like in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where like let's actually make this combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good.
Pretty crazy.
It's
that's
crazy.
It takes your armor break into, I don't remember the name, let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the, I think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on Monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then if you have staggering palm up in a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits.
Jesus Christ.
Each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right, exactly.
Before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? It never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's
PoE2's
it's a bit
already
much
too
for players to
complicated,
take in?
guys.
Well, so I've got something.
discovering.
There's some stuff around this that I would like to improve, which is that okay. So, well, first of all, we did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of are these three supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around. Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that that immediately makes it easier for us. But
can't wait
I
for
think
my
the other issue was
mirror to drop.
what it was the whole there's too many supports thing. Part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like it doesn't. The fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
We had
no way
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 supports, and 2 out of 50 were recommended. I think
there is normal, there's greater, and there's perfect. So there's like 3 tiers of bad
sign.
And so if that's a bad sign, if your
in-game
ranger is that, it means that if the player
it's not that many, right? Because it's only transmute, og, chaos, and exalt, or is it regal also? If it's regal also, then it's 5. So then it's 10 new things. The currency tab is pretty small right now. There's plenty of space. It's not PoE.
Yeah, they got the locks and the
they added locks
thing.
too. True.
The sanctified things. And
if there's a regal, then there's like 11 new core currencies for sure, at least. And then I don't know if the Abyss stuff goes there.
This becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Yes, right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious.
Oh, thank God.
Like because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't.
Like search for what there's this thing that does
faster
a thing.
attacks.
What is it called? I don't know.
Martial Temple.
Whatever.
Arcane Dynamo or
something with armor, but
increased gas
well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah.
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this.
Yeah,
so many people must be struggling with this. Like I
excoriate
or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at end game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, oh, this build guide says, this is the thing to use here, so, and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that, it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time, but...
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator creates a build, even if it's quite well optimized, there's usually a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that, because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. Which is, there's not many games like that really that still
I don't really think I get that as much from PoE 1 anymore, but
well,
PoE 2 is getting that,
I guess so. But I mean, that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
For sure. So with the sheer amount of supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain sockets and get a 6 link and how hard it is to do that and how many we get?
So there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that like was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped, and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the kind of the idea is it's like, you know, we're getting rid of the crap you don't want and kind of like making higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we're actually we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change. I wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. Jesus. There's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare, and there's also the drop rates are, to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff, because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there, and then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right? As well.
You can
so
down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. You can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll Waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so they can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps, like that's the
interesting criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Nice. So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like 1 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign, and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like, so if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which was a decent time into 0.2, the 0.2x, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah. Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like, we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in a 020, like the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yep, and. Is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not exactly
meant to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 02X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in PoE 1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only, the
tier
corrupted
18.
+1 level areas and all
God.
that, and only from
Super restricted.
yeah. And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Oops.
So
Okay, it's fine.
we went back and we were like, I'm
That's
just
an
gonna -3
oopsie-whoopsie.
levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. That was already
That's
fixed.
a fucky one.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked to my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand, staff, skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing a, to add to the Sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques, you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20, you get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're going to get this like, kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect, that
plus
kind of thing going
plus
on.
exceptional.
And but the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. And we've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
Sprig.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 level 20 skills, I think was
Crazy.
Quite cool.
Imperium
There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
Chris.
Right.
Thank you, Gurkha.
Reasonably
Got the
effective.
Unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh,
It was
cool,
for
yeah.
those who
The
were at the OG
cucumber.
or the
from
second
back in the day.
Exile Con.
From way back in the day.
So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and so since
there are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover.
Oh,
in
yeah.
there, like just balance things and so.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior,
Level
and
1 Vice
Elementals,
Sprig.
it seems.
10
every class got changes.
Yeah,
I think.
Sweet.
I don't
Jesus.
think there's one
Big
that we
patch
were
notes coming
like some
later
less,
today,
sure, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
Yeah. So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one?
Yeah. So effectively you get
So
now
those
there's
aren't
effectively
rare.
a tier
Effectively.
3.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind
have, like,
we've sort of
different
rearranged
effects
everything, right?
different-
Because now what we've got is we've got things that level up. So effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this kind of and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
well, like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel like that's 1, 2, 3, 4 and interlude, and then Endgame for essences. So like there's a lot of like you get to act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, the thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of things, and also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically. Especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute.
I can't have a 2,000 mana cost skill anymore.
We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another. You were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of endgame builds, especially, ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, oh, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling around the place. Obviously, not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like,
everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were. Changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes we have something that's relatively correct, but of course we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end based on testing, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for Leech applying to Elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some Leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with Leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general are meant to have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with. To at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously, so that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least. So that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a Sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus, I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff, you're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable, and all of a sudden the triggers are just like goodbye all your mana, and then you have all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than whatever some other build that's had to not care about it in the slightest. So missed the mark for sure on that one, but it should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now.
I like when you actively suffer in game for a smart. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just, please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like,
asynchronous because Mark had a bad time.
Let's just bloody get perfect. So that we don't have to deal with it.
Exactly as planned.
So fucking based. That was me. Mark messaged me and I was like, I'm not
pretend to be AFK.
I'm pretending to be AFK. So he fucking changes this dog shit.
Just to get rid of
me. Sense of loss.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see.
It's my part.
But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems people currently have. We've
introducing new problems.
This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as like issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So, yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like ×4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least, and then like. I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get it any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I asked you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a
right?
botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. It's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like, I honestly have no idea really. Like, I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like, I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like, I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like, it's very interesting to sort of to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like, they go down to 1 out. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It was like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that kind of created a floor before.
But then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like, as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like, you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system, is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly.
I'm going to bait people in my hideout.
This is my favorite when we told me how this works.
Stuff, see how many people I can get in, and then it crashes.
People click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
Tens of chaos.
But
like,
you get like really popular items, and you got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
so popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that you can't someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So yeah, we pre-thought of that one at least.
Wait, so can you just add someone and be their friend and bypass this restriction? Or does it have to be a two-way friend?
But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again.
Because a bunch of people added me,
you
can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining. Remove the
remove
item.
it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or stupid shit around this that people work out.
Or if someone joined my hideout, click on
the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really physical, tangible way to learn the price of things. Because you can do a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout.
Baiting them, and then
a lot of people standing in your hideout. You know you're probably doing things right. But yes, no change of none of that repricing.
Is gone, right? Because when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price. Right? You must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and they raise it by 5C. And I still want to buy it.
But
5C again.
On the other hand, on the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? You could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool. So it's almost like a big fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. There's going to be that kind of presence of
they get to check out your kind of garage sale that you're going on.
I love that.
It's also put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decors and
so.
We're adding we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I have looked through a seller's other listings. But now, a lot of time I'm just going to go there and buy the highlighted item. But
if they were silly enough to sell it for that cheap, what about their other items?
What are their other items?
But even stuff like
buy 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
so you're getting the nice organization and colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can
people's ASCII art.
Yeah. So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the Fellas tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay. No, I think because I think we have to add a reporting system for it, unfortunately.
Probably should.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
oh my god, what do I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency do I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're like,
nothing sold.
You're even just popping
0 gold sold overnight.
Yeah, doing it too. Just browsing what cool items they got. It's far more physically a thing that you can do now. It's it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. What is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE 2 before we look at putting it into PoE 1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for PoE 1, so we can get the balance right and get all the details right. But I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE 1. There's no way people won't. It'll have to go. But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right?
Ultimately that. I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. There's already stuff that honestly goes on with there. So
really bots are still sniping your item and buying them.
Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is a deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of
bots don't have time
profit
to
off
map.
low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So,
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And
So listen standard to flip.
another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh, well, tier 1 uniques like cost 1 billion gold. I was like, apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation, like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get. That'll happen up there. So you kind of, in the end, the prices for uniques, they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note.
There's going to be some kind of exploration of which golds are like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in Piri 1, I imagine.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes. Right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah.
To do, I
yeah.
think.
Exactly.
The currency exchange is for fungible, stackables,
Yeah.
Stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
Yep.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there.
Yep.
So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the functionality they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in the reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. So that's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term PoE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, nah, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So you can fully just convert them. And that is why it's also
how they improve,
just as important to work in PoE1 because your micros are shared, right?
Test them PoE1.
There will be a little bit of time there where you convert them. Of course,
into the real game,
type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah. We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
Nice. There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience, because the typing, web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing. And ultimately, when you click the button on the website, your character in game still moves. So if that's a thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is good to have something in
console.
I love console.
Well, here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
a console controller, typing text with a console controller is just fundamentally crap, right? So typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything in text in these
It's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that it isn't quite done.
There's a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
it is a feature that we will do. It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
Yeah.
It seems wild to me that I can push a button on my phone and my character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, it certainly opens the door to it. I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. There's stuff that we could do there, but there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. It's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, the goal, it is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be you know, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, you know, not to say Awakened Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously a little bit suspect. People are a bit like, no, I shouldn't have to do this. I don't want to do this. You know, it gets you can get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit like, you know, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and you know, that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But you know, one step at a time. You know, this is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us, get it to PoE1, you know, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
another question here is like, when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
no, they multiple, it is technically a race, yes.
Whoever loads into the hideout, that's
nice. Pay to win.
It's just the worst with understanding.
What the connection? There's mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it.
I mean, people know about the Texas loading.
Who loads faster?
Good thing I live in Texas.
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better. In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, you know, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, like, we've
Spam
done a
clicking
pretty
the ball
big
loop
amount of
at the end
rewrites
of
to
a
the
ball
engine
run.
this version. You know, like the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around like the like shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better.
Go to the NPC in their hideout, or how does that work?
No, they said that you can't just like hide it far away. So maybe once you enter, you can just press a button like a League interface or whatever, and
definitely something that
that'll bring up the
his
stash.
One of the other things that
slash merchant.
I'm really hoping to is another stupid operating system bug.
Macro button
like we've been having with the dev freezes, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. So you know, ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you!
Oh, it teleports you to the NPC in their hideout. Okay, so you load in next to it.
Unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that.
With the tab open and the item
hopefully the full OS freezes will, like we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be
crash. That shit was so bad.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course, is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. Like, yeah, it's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do, we made sure that you know, every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things you know, like in place for it.
Shields up.
It does mean that, you know, there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but you know, we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency.
I will build a torture room with the most AIDS MPX that crashes people and underpriced shit.
It's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So
that is awesome.
That it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
Are you feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly it's a concern. I mean, we've been, so one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual DDoS was working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on, like, you know, on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like, you know, this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. That, you know, like, it should be fine now. But you know, like, free weekend, you know, there's a lot of players we could, you know, potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're you know, up for the challenge. So you know, but then at the same time, like, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So you know, I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization of this stuff. So we'll have to see. Honestly, I have to see how it goes. Yeah, like we'll have to see for that. But yeah, like it's to be honest, right now we don't even have a sprint tutorial in. Like it's been, we probably need to get that in there at some point. But the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good, like get the people using them, and you know, we'll get the we'll make sure that we've got the
get it done. So Ziz will make a video how to trade.
Stupid fucking idiots can figure it out. Come on.
Maybe like a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this. Then they literally won't. So,
yeah, I always appreciated the like kind
skip
of
all tutorials. Wait, how the fuck do I do this?
Tutorializing the trade system will be a little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of purchasing. Once we have an in-game search,
I would have even said to do it before because it didn't. It's like you go to this site and do this.
But also, if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world.
But for purchasing, right? Like I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the place where that is. So.
Okay, that makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is, in PoE2 at the moment in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of Apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. It's like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier,
the augment or the greater perfection is gonna
stuff in the middle between stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs.
2,300 mirror.
I'd say that's probably the main thing. Is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue and why? And
I think it was up to 969 before, and then we were like, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines, people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into uniques, maybe.
I was surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a socket, and now you've got exceptional items too, like maybe divines become even more valuable. I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem, but I don't know.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's fine because ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now, because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time. So that'll sync a few more exalts that way, and so I guess we'll see how that works out too.
I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, like you see 969, you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena, and it's like that's the way it is.
Your average player, like, it's a bit different when it's a mirror.
And
it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. You still at least that feels like something. And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1, and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great just because the value is so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of thing.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like where the stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm curious.
I have no idea, honestly.
I'm curious how the economy will look with the new types of tiered currency. It's cool.
Different things.
It'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like, I don't know, use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange?
Sure. Does that work? I would think you. Ange probably would let you. I think that will work.
I mean, you should be able to talk to the NPC, right?
NPC, right?
Like, you can in PoE1.
I actually genuinely don't remember if you can use other people's ones, but there's no reason you
can in PoE1.
We can make that
I feel like that'd be good if not. So
we can make it work.
Might be just
I don't know if I've ever even tried to do
Just
that.
as you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can, you can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely am like, have I ever
yeah, of
actually
course.
tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Yep.
Oh, really?
Oh, right, it's the same NPC now. Yeah, there's no Faustus.
Wait,
Okay.
They're both the long neck boy? Or
Not crafting tables, NPCs.
That's a
fixed
different
game.
thing. No, that's a different thing.
NPCs.
It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to
Yes,
identify
that's a
stuff.
different thing.
I was man's trying to perfect get a sanctified item. So there's gonna be some cool gumbas.
No, that's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4, and
It's like 70 more
if
minutes.
you haven't
They
got
actually
hideout,
had like
you
a
quest,
time
go
this
get a
time.
hideout, and then once you
They
claim
said
it,
2 hours after the
so you don't have to get your
thingy.
I think
hideout.
so.
in
They're
game
doing like
now,
a 2-hour
or
Q&A
from
and then
buying a micro, I guess.
releasing it.
And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
Great.
I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it.
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the
For the first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Okay. But the subsequent playthroughs, you can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league. Yeah. Per league, you have to. Per league, you have to, or you have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right.
Wait, I missed what they were talking
that
about.
I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a
to
thing.
get
We
the
talked a lot
weekly
about
Academy
like
running.
how
Oh, shit,
there's
nice.
a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000 or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
we
Spectral
did
Flurry?
Legion League Cyclone.
Oh, when you're only the
Cyclone.
train
Maybe
NPC. Okay.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like, so maybe.
So we're not
one or
quite
two-
there.
one or two other times. Not quite there.
I mean, that was a
Obviously,
nice build. I
to
played
be
that.
fair, that's. I'm
Legion
only counting
Cyclone.
one class there, actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes, so maybe
yeah,
it is the worst it's ever been.
Because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true,
Yes.
true.
Oh,
Well, either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a difficult thing to do.
the mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality is that we get crucified for them. Absolutely crucified. Like it's
If you get on it fast enough,
yes, you have to get on it so fast, basically, to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah.
And if you can find it, but if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and everyone starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend. If certain people are away and busy, especially
You need to
people
just
in
announce
balance,
the nerfs
Jonathan
and
Ryan,
give
stuff
people
like
time.
That. Obviously, we'll support other people forward.
To, like,
you get
respect.
our staff are playing and all that.
Just
so like
give
this stuff
respect
does
points.
get around, and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like, look at all of these bad builds.
Look at
Like
all
why?
these
Like
bad
these need to not
builds.
be this bad. Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now, you know, in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and yeah, in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, you know, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, you know, an insane amount of increases to bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits. And that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will try, but there'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%, and hopefully that number's less, and over the time you get more stability, more quality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that. And, you know, but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you know, you could say competitive to some degree, within some threshold, but it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65 and for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and, you know, doing it 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so, you know, making it that you don't, like, if the worst was only slightly worse than, you know, the best, you know, slightly, you know, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not, you know, I feel like then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when someone, but when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to reroll, you're just like, well, that's demotive. Like, I'm demoralized. How were you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible. Make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really. And yeah, keep you don't bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, you know, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think, like, if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell, because at the point where, like, it's what Mark said earlier, like, you look at it and you go like, oh, is this actually that bad? And it's very easy to be wrong, and you don't, like, by the time 20% of the community is playing it, it's too late to nerf it.
Well, it's because they've invested items, they've invested their wealth
stuff, right? Like,
and now you nerf it.
Like, you have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally
that,
all of them will.
Well, probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like, they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine
why
the
do you
went through the
have
same
that
thing. Still happens there
I
as well.
think part of the thing though is when we were going through
What do
it,
you mean?
there were less tools for everyone
Somebody
to
linked
see
it and I added it.
what
Yeah.
like disparities were.
It was
And
Somnia.
so like I feel
Of
like
course
as more
it was.
information is there, like people feel worse about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can see realize just how bad I am.
Exactly.
Al doesn't even have it on his
It actually, I
chat.
think, does exacerbate it a little bit. Like we're going through this now in a bit of a different time than what we did initially when we had because like early PoE1 had tons of terrible balance going all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening. Yeah, so. But yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
Guaranteed crit flask.
You are
Yeah,
the
yeah.
father.
Yes.
Yeah.
With your 1500
That
crit
restores
multi.
charges on crit.
Right,
Oh
right.
no.
Yeah.
On leveling, so leveling builds are kind of another topic in general as well. Like, do you guys are you looking a lot at like leveling build diversity within each class, or even across classes? In some cases, where some things are strong enough, like Rake Stomping Grounds, where spellcasters are doing it. Is there a point where you...
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also has, is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like
early
with
on.
the monk, for example. You know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, so, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they're which whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes, and so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played, and why? Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot, and now we've got something that's like kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passives and everything. Yeah, like, it's all, there's like so much going on there though. It's like there are so many variables changing that it's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
I was struggling between the unarmed, the elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class, so I need to know what the worst class is, so that I can play.
Don't play what Mark plays.
Yeah, because I have to work on release day, because you know,
nice.
trying to make sure everything's stable and thing, and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
It also makes it more challenging. I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. On speaking of worst ones, on the topic of like defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through modifiers and nodes on the tree and such, and that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole.
Professional
and
spending in
deciding
4
even
minutes,
if you wanted it to
I
work
think.
the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's why when we were looking at it, like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at the elemental part. But
Smith of Katana was alleviating that, and it's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable that you have to in order to mitigate the elemental.
Isn't that the class where you have to
insane
sit there
max
and whack
res,
your
and that's
hammer?
Smith of Katana, so like,
hammer, dude.
well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Katana to get the insane high max res. That's like, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like like there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
Obviously, we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence in use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others.
Did they already kill
there's also
the
changes
Ghost
around all
thing?
of this.
I forget what it was, but something about Ghost Rides was broken.
I think so.
And as the energy shield, it's a challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life, and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery.
There's
like
even more.
energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back.
Okay.
I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes, I'm sure, will tell you. But yeah, it's like, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the current main issue. So yeah, I mean that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end, so making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, more predictable things, and then energy shield, some of the recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, it's not.
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I played that sort of like Wicked War.
If the recharge delay is big,
you get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the two recharge axes. And you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, which or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive.
Is it?
Whereas like other classes are just like, as much as armor has its disadvantages, warriors are rocking around with double the life of the other your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way. The deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way just
find out more.
It's huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
Nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
Do you find myself? You see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So
link it.
Was it the case that you put deflection?
Link it. Why would you say it's up and not link it? That's a ban, actually. I'm refreshing their website and it's not here.
Well, it was kind of one or the other. and we thought that
it's on Path of Exile 1.
Because both are too strong. You'd have to water them down to some degree.
They are up.
And
it's not on the PoE2
having one
website.
watered down seems
Weird.
bad because then you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree, I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the I don't know if I can avoid this or not. At least deflect, that's great, and with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know, we'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though, but I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
Good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like
suppression.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in PoE1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Yep, different live stream.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're suppression dead. Just hold on. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? You feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next PoE2
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines. There's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are,
however, it's certainly it's certainly hard to meet them. It's difficult, but it's so much better to commit to the date, and just make sure.
It is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time, you need to make sure, okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right? That has to happen. Otherwise you don't get enough time. And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so you have to at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards, and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327.
Okay.
So
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
isn't right. It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, it seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of the Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon. But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon, or is there a plan for that? Or
I haven't designed
timeline,
the
but
card.
they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard.
Unfortunately, it wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough. In chance we get mercenaries in PoE2. Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon, I would say. That's more
it
of a
seems
later
like a
thing, I would
much
say.
later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's skewing how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts.
They
do a lot of things, curses. And
Mark's face when he says it's always going to be there.
Like how they played out.
No. Mercenaries are getting axed next patch.
As allies, like in many ways, yes. I also don't like. Again, it's pretty weird.
I don't know about
I don't know how
that.
much detail we go on talking about this when we're talking about PoE2 context, but there are some problems. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has like minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be, well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? So there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE1 or when, but there would be things I would want to do because I would say the combat of fighting them in PoE1 is not meaningful. It's very much a like who dies first, and you don't even necessarily know why. So, but overall pretty fun. Like overall pretty cool. Big change.
Wow.
Very cool.
Yeah, genuinely pretty happy with how it turned out. To be honest, just a few bits and pieces that need some improving for sure.
Cool.
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE, something like that to PoE2 that has such an impact on character builds when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure. Like I would say that kind of thing comes once you have once you've figured your stuff out, you know what classes are at a baseline, then you can add a lot more of that. Like
8 years or so maybe.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, we're not too far away from that being like in a much better state, but these things are endless. So
yes, that's it.
We'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a row mount? Does like the row sprint?
So there actually was a plan for that, but
the rower is currently it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster. It slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right. I remember that.
Not slower than normal run speed.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down.
To the old speed that it was.
Yes. So it is more competitive. So that it is more competitive.
So rower is faster. Yeah.
But you can spec out. You can I believe spec out of that penalty even, and then you can. It kind of is so that when you're just running, it's more comparable to sprint and movement skill usage and stuff like that, yes. So it's just, it's faster. That's all there is to it, really.
Does the sprint work with blink? You like teleport and start sprinting the same way?
It won't. I don't think it will. You can, but it won't resume sprinting straight afterwards.
Like
I believe.
If you sprint,
Am I wrong? I feel like I was trying this literally yesterday.
What do you mean, sorry?
You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's
Wait, then how do you?
Action, it's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go back into a sprint.
So
No, but it does work if you hold down and then you blink and then afterwards it sprints, right? Isn't that how it works?
It should.
Oh, in that regard,
I think it is.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
yes,
no, that's how it works.
yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you mean you were sprinting and then you blink.
No.
It goes back into
you hold
it,
down, you blink, you go, you sprint.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing
we'll
works.
see when it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
We'll see.
Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances?
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and for us smooth.
No. You resist first and
they
then
don't even know the
mitigate.
answer.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way around.
It's the one that means the values have to be higher, so which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one. So because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be
honor.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's you armor
mitigation.
first, then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
But they answered his fucking question. He's not even watching the Q&A.
I'm very excited
fucking
to get
serious?
into playing it. Thanks for spending a solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A here. Very fun.
I felt like half an hour.
He's not even looking or listening.
Yeah, so I feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating.
The armor thing.
It was our first Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes, so
nice.
a preset time.
Yeah.
I think that helped. People went like, stop holding them hostage.
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, Mark.
Nice.
And thank you all for watching.
GG's.
Yes.
See you later.
Thank you, and thanks everyone as well. Yeah.
See you later.
Thanks for watching.
All right. I actually don't have time to do the whole patch notes, but I wanted to run through a few things. I saw Eternal Youth got fucking owned. What does it do now exactly? Like, do I even have Path of Building too?
To recovery energy shield. What?
ES recharge is
What
applied to
that
life.
sentence?
You see that base block is now 50 instead of 75.
Yeah.
But so that means if you want to use the shield, you have to go fucking Warbringer Ascendancy.
Which
and
is
75 block
that
again.
has 75.
Yeah,
or it just has
as his ascendancy point. But you can use the shield, get 75 block, and then give it to your whole party if you're a Warbringer.
Yeah. And you just rotate you just make the Chronomancer shock, I guess, or figure out some other utility.
Well, you just don't play Chronomancer
Or just drop it entirely. I mean, it was pretty good for some stuff, but it's like annoying in the map, and that kind of sucks.
Was this never changed? Did they never fix the body blocking or like?
Any PoE2 players in chat? Do you still create statues with your chrono block that you can't move through and stuff, or did they change anything about that? I don't know.
Yeah,
Nobody knows. Shrug again. Yeah, nobody knows. Okay, crickets.
But I'm pretty sure as a support you just don't play Chrono anymore. You just go Warbringer. You just need the block. Because like the utility you can give in this game is like so limited. I'll be honest. Like there's no like auras. A lot of stuff doesn't interact. So like you're really limited on what supports can provide in party. Block being one of the best, honestly. So like
the new armor break shit might be good if it's if we're doing physical damage, I guess. But
well, you could definitely build around that
elevated
thing.
Yeah.
Like it depends on if one person can inflict the impale and everybody else can start fucking
consume it or whatever.
Well, like chaining off of it to proc it over and over. That could definitely be crazy broken for sure.
Yeah.
That's like one thing to look for.
Shock is still a thing, of course. Even better.
I mean, Shock's just broken still.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why they're buffing Shock. That is crazy to me. Shock needed a nerf.
Yeah.
I'll be completely fucking real.
Buffed it.
Why did they buff Shock? Like, what the fuck are they doing? No, Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shocks from targets hit. Okay, they just deleted Lightning Conduit.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that was absolutely broken. Yeah.
Yep.
Plasma Blast is now 50% more magnitude of shock inflicted. Nice.
It's so easy to hit max shock on a support, though. I like.
Yeah.
I don't even. I'm wondering. So you still do two max? Shock? I mean, like if you're making a supports in this game, you have somebody that's capping block, wears a scepter, and can do curses. I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe he can wear banners and he can build glory and cast the banners. Like that's a character.
Yeah.
You have somebody that's just all in on shock, which is a big damage multiplier. That's great. You can Cole still. Gravebine's got nerfed, right? I believe.
Their range got reduced. But or wait, what changed about? Okay, Gravebine's not on the patch notes at least.
Well, like the presence AoE got reduced or something.
Presence of area effect on scepters. Ox Talisman, Fox Talisman.
Red Banner gives max res.
Fox Talisman has increased presence AoE buffed a little bit from 20 to 30%.
I mean, I still think you can cull stuff, like just with Great Lines, and that's, like, you can go rarity, and that's cool in party.
Yeah.
And then you...
Yeah,
so
and
the
that might be
others-
sick with the new, like, up-tier currency shit. Like,
yeah, maybe.
You can leverage that, like, way earlier than solo player can, probably.
So, we also played... Our last support was a chugger.
Mm-hmm.
What do you even fill with that character slot? I'll be honest. Anything? Nothing? Like, you can't Eternal Youth. I mean, I guess you could still do it with a Life Flask.
Yeah, if everyone's life-based, I guess that can be a thing.
Does, like, Energy Shield get fucking nerfed? I don't even know. I mean, the runes got nerfed.
Energy Shield recharge. Instead of granting energy now, it's a collect runes rather than. Okay, Grim Feast is like that. It's like completely different now. It's just gonna res your minions.
Okay.
Interesting. So that's completely irrelevant.
Overflow is nerfed to 1.5 instead of 2x on everything. Life, mana, and ES. Did, like, ES get nerfed on the passive tree or something?
Lich changes. Stormy. Oh, passive tree changes? No, only one thing mentioned isn't. But yeah,
I mean, maybe the passive tree changes
new
aren't on
stuff.
here.
Many existing clusters have also received updates. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forced. Okay, yeah. So they changed a bunch of passive tree stuff that we don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean they said they want to bring end of or top end ES down because the recovery was too good, and then bring the. I mean, I guess I don't know.
Life
if they're buffing
is
life.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, question is like a giga nerfed ES with not much recovery better than like worse life, but we could have a chugger support, right, for it.
Giant's Blood got fucking nerfed.
What
Giant's Blood
blood?
Keystone now halves the amount of life granted by strength. They nerfed Giant's Blood.
Oh.
Anybody that was strength stacking to get all like the 7k life pool that they were getting or whatever, like this is just going to be halved. Strength was literally half. Yeah, like this was an insane amount of your life pool. I know. I don't know. Like you're gonna be running around with 3 or 4k life on like a high end character. Like I don't know. Is there any life in the passive
And
tree?
you have to chaos cap or close to it or whatever, because the fucking chaos AoE is gonna.
It's not that hard to chaos cap, but yeah.
No, please forget to claim.
If you're in party, you're gonna have 75 still because of. There's gonna be a Warbringer, but yeah, block is just bricked for. I don't think you would never build block now, like ever on your character. It's so fucking bad. What?
They added a lot of new clusters, and I mean, most of those are gonna be like the thematic shit, right? Like based on location, but like maybe some of them are life clusters, because I mean that was a big feedback that they got. Like the life, there's not much life. There's like no life on tree, and there's a million ES. So like, hopefully some of those are life clusters, so you can get some more.
Banner is 25% attack speed, which is pretty cool.
Oh.
Those vulnerability curse numbers look hilarious.
Yeah, minus 20k armor before curse effect. Oh, something with freeze. I don't know if there's like an angle for like a freeze support or something, because there's no chronomancer. Something that like builds freeze. It's like a shock bot for freeze. It's like big CC.
Time freeze bot the old-fashioned way.
Yeah,
with
like
real freeze.
with actual cold damage or something. Yeah.
I gotta run. I'll be on later if you're still awake or whatever.
But yeah, I'll probably be around.
That's funny.
Oh my god, I'm so hungry though. Gotta cook some dinner at 1:20 a.m. Jesus. Okay, guys, TLDR. Actually, quite a lot of exciting stuff. The you know, towers are still here, but like they actually added a lot of stuff and they reworked some stuff that was annoying in the past, like the support not stacking, and then there's the asynchronous trading. There's the new currencies, which is really cool. Thanks, Snap. We'll find someone to raid. I also need to make dinner. The fact that they made the currency orb scale, I think, is really nice. And of course, the new Abyss shit looks cool. I really like the fact that they interact with other League mechanics. If you have like an essence next to it or whatever, or so there's gonna be like I feel like there's gonna be like a new tier list of maps based on like, you know, how much space there is for like, you know, there you used to only care about breach, and like if they actually like with this system where like the Abyss buffs the Exile, the Abyss buffs the Essence or whatever, if they actually have this like hidden thing that the community will figure out, where like, you know, Meyer has a bunch more essences, or Meyer drops a lot of helms, or like there's gonna be like this thing that they mentioned where like you would want to run every layout no matter what. Like right now you would never run a Meyer doing a breach strat, right? But with like an Abyss strat, maybe Meyers spawn more Abysses and they're more likely to be next to the Abyss, so they're actually like affected by it. I don't know if that's a thing, but like that could be a thing. I like that they're designing mechanics like with other mechanics in mind and interacting. I think that's really cool. Meyer Breach is fine now since the last patch changes. Why? I have not looked at what did they do? Does Meyer look different now? I have not seen basically anything from like the last like 2-3 months of PoE2, so. Bit like how they got people to run other maps via memory threads in PoE1. Yeah, like if you make the carrot interesting enough, I guess, or like the rewards good enough, then people will run the bad layouts. But like it's like when it was like breach only, it's like, yeah, you want to run Sandspit, you want to run Step, you want to run, you know, the Ggg maps. You don't want to run Augury and Meyer. They did something with Augury, right? Is it? I think that was in the last and like previous. They made Augury less bad. Instead of like 2 monsters, it's like 20 in the Meyer Bridge. Arbitrary number, but it's literally not a waste anymore. Okay, so they accounted for the space and like just juiced it up. They just made the bridge spawn more monsters in shittier layouts. I mean, that's kind of cool if that's true. That's a smart change. Oh, there's no lever, so you can just run circle, and as long as you find the correct one to bleed to the middle, you're good. So you don't have to full clear. Is it still kill every rare monster to complete a map? Oh, but they made it now. They show up at 200 mobs, right? Instead of the last 50. That helps. Breach Crypt is pretty goated now. That's cool, because I really liked Crypt, but it was dog shit for Breach, because you had the corridor with no mobs, and then, yeah. That was... Crypt was so sick for Spark, like, bouncing off the walls. Yeah. Yeah, Spark. I miss Spark. Spark was a really nice build to play. But there's gonna be better builds, hopefully. I mean, or maybe there's gonna be a better Spark with the new double flame electric wall. Crypt got reworked last league slightly. It's large and corridors are wider now. That's pretty based. Okay. Yeah, anyway. I think there's a lot of cool stuff here. But it's last epoch time tomorrow. So LE login. And then PoE2 login might be back on the menu, yeah. Okay, guys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. I'll go get dinner. And yeah, lots of good ARPGs to play. Good times. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching it with us. See you guys tomorrow for more Last Epoch. We'll raid Ziz also, maybe? Or, oh no, he just got raided by Path of Exile. Okay, who else can we raid? Who's streaming? Let's see. Oh, you know what? We'll raid Beller Mage. I'm sure he's going over the patch stuff. Guys, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow. Ellie's starting at 6 in the afternoon, so it would be 8 hours ago. 7.5 hours ago. Yeah. Okay. Bye.